Arc 5, Chapter 77, A Nameless Night. Translated by, you Archbishop, proofread by, you slash Nanashiten Art Sources, you slash Jaksubast. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero, starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Receiving the jolting impact, his body got out of the dagger's trajectory, not being in a position to sharpen his blade, and even if he did accept it with his broken knight's sword, he would not be able to evade the severe wound. Was the conclusion that anyone would realize at a glance henceforth. Julius was able to notice that he was being shielded. However, it was, again, a different subject whether he should express relief or gratitude for it. Julius, Ricardo, shit, he got me, HK. With an anguishing voice, Ricardo, who had pushed Julius aside, narrowed his eyes. When he called out that name, at the same time, a spout of blood clouded Julius' vision. The blood had sprouted from the rough, bulky right arm of Ricardo. Having lost everything from his elbow, it was a gash exposing the soft cross-section. The arm covered in bestial hair gave rise to a sound and fell onto the cobblestone, and the big hatchet it was gripping, too, made a dull sound and rolled on the ground. Julius, how did such? HK. Ricardo, arg. This ain't the time for saying that, Julius. Raise your head and look Toa tilde RDS. At Julius, who was breathing heavily, Ricardo slammed a loud yell. However, that was abruptly obstructed by the attack of the dagger he suffered on the abdomen, and his nose was smashed and broken by the solid knee's direct hit, throwing him aback, and as Ricardo flopped onto the floor with his limbs stretched out, Gluttony sneered. Roy, haha, tilde. Aren't you going to completely say it tilde Tsu? Julius, tilde HK. The form of Alfred, who was shouting out his delight, and Ricardo, who had collapsed. Seeing the figures of the two choices came up in Julius' mind. Which one of the two should he give precedence to? A seemingly instantaneous gap had been produced there, and the appetite of Gluttony would never overlook that gap. Roy, to look away in the middle of the meal, you really don't have manners, ne, Sama? Julius, you bastard. Like a springed doll, Alfred leapt trickily. At that phantasmagoric movement, Julius' reaction got faintly delayed. The outstretched palm and the broken knight's sword entangled, and the feeling of his chest being traced by the palm, with his slash being dodged. What followed immediately afterwards was an inexplicable sense of loss. Roy, a tilde age. Thank you for the treat, tilde Tsu. At the end of that voice, for some reason, his consciousness distanced further and further, and Julius, though it is pathetic, in the midst of the battle against Gluttony, my name was stolen. Perhaps that is what this current situation is. Based on what Emilia had said, that truth had been brought to light. Expressing a cynical smile on his face due to the truth of being forgotten by his acquaintances, Julius shrugged his shoulders. Subaru, name got eaten, is that what you mean? But eating the memories and names of people was the blasphemer, sin Archbishop Gluttony. The threat of getting the name eaten and having all connections cut off. Subaru was well aware of its fearsomeness. However, looking at Julius now, who seemed to be in a healthy shape, he could not help but feel his understanding was frivolous. Subaru, his victimization is, like Rem or Crush-san, having her memories eaten, and completely forgetting her own former self was Crush. Having her name eaten, and vanishing from the memories of people with not a single exception, and continuing to be in a deep slumber in that state, was Rem, victims of Gluttony. The two young girls were sufferers Subaru was well acquainted with. However, coming here, Julius had been trapped in a state different from those two, his own memories having not been lost, nor did he lose consciousness. However, from the memories of his surroundings, his existence had disappeared. Subaru, really, does nobody remember? If you attempt from one side, Julius, I have already met with Anastasia-sama and Ricardo. For some reason, they treated me like an unacquainted person. I have endured that experience. Being unable to thank the one who shielded you is displeasing, isn't it? Julius, reflexively, killed his sentiments and replied, but his smile, which faintly had too much energy being put into it, or the tone of his words, naturally, were difficult for Subaru to behold. No matter how strong Julius' consciousness may be as a knight, there is no way he could bear such mental stress with ease. With the ruin of the relationships he had compiled, the fear and despair of losing the days he had lived personally. That was the sense of loss Subaru had tasted, to the point of it being painful, when he had arrived into the different world at first. Subaru, Beatrice, Beatrice. What Subaru wants to say is understandable, in fact. But unfortunately, even Betty does not remember that man, I suppose. Betty is already outside of the forbidden library, in fact. Sympathizing with his intentions at a single call, Beatrice, with a difficult face, horizontally rotated her neck. At Beatrice's point, the confirmation Subaru had picked up, that was, whether she remembered Julius or not. As Emilia did not remember, naturally, there is no way Beatrice would remember. That was how it was supposed to be, but there was a possibility that Beatrice was an exception. For some reason, Beatrice was. Subaru, even though you remembered Rem, Beatrice, it can be said as many times as you'd like, but rather, that case itself should be thought of as the exception, I suppose. And now it should be thought that it has been proven with the man in front, in fact. Subaru. In the end, that is the inference regarding your memories. It had been some time ago. Some time ago, Beatrice, in the Forbidden Library, had once referred to Rem after her name had been eaten by gluttony. Subaru had questioned that after she had formed her contract, after the Forbidden Library had been lost, but this was one conclusion they had reached after their exchange. Subaru, when isolated from the outside into the Forbidden Library, Biko does not get affected by what is outside of the room. That's why the moment Rem's name was eaten, no effect was taken, is what I had thought, isn't it? That's why once exited from the room, special treatment would not be given. Beatrice, that tone seems like there is a problem with Betty leaving the Forbidden Library, I suppose. Subaru, and nothing like Tha tilde T. I am mammoth happy to be able to walk under the rays of the sun with you, Beatrice, in fact. And within that short back and forth lay the truth. And in fact, Beatrice exhibited no peculiarity regarding Julius. Beatrice's inference was surely that the barriers to her memory served their purpose only in the Forbidden Library. Rather, in this case, the problem here was not Beatrice's distinctiveness, Emilia, but why does Subaru remember Julius-san? Just like the time with that Remsan. Subaru, that's it. The question that would dawn upon everyone was finally spoken by Emilia, the sole person in the entire world who remembered Rem, whose name had been eaten, Subaru. Forgotten even across the preservation of the memories of Ram, who was her twin elder sister, however, Emilia and the others did not make a reference. That must also be because, looking at Subaru connect to Rem with such devotion, they could not randomly speak regarding the memories or make any implicitly believing rash remarks. But not just that, the ability to refute Subaru's memories could only be done by nothing else but having definite proof, which not a single one of them possessed. However, it was different this time. In this case, the concerned party who also remembered aside from Subaru, in brief, Julius, who had been forgotten since his very beginning by the world, retained consciousness. Naturally, the reconciliation of that mutual recognition and the reason for Subaru being treated as the exception of the authority of gluttony gave rise to doubts. Emilia, does Subaru have any idea? No holding secrets, okay. Subaru, I don't intend to hide anything at all, but I think I sort of do. I won't say that. Emilia, isn't that a secret? Subaru, if you can't confirm it, don't declare it. I don't think that's secret keeping. Conversing with Emilia, Subaru investigated the possibility of him being an exception. The feeling that had uprisen in the very beginning was the influence of the witch factor sleeping inside of Subaru. If the authority of gluttony of eating memories or names was the power of the witch factor, then it was conceivable, due to a certain cause, it may not apply upon Subaru, just like unseen hand. Perhaps Subaru could return by death through the power of the witch of envy. With the power of that witch invoked, it may have cancelled the effects of the authority of gluttony. And there was the remaining feeling of the exceptionality, like that of Beatrice's forbidden library. That was because Subaru belonged to a different world. Subaru was a human whose origin was from a different world, and not an existence who belonged to this world. Not being an existence of this world, he doesn't fall under the effect of the authority which interfered with the concepts of this world. How was this hypothesis? Subaru. However, if it's the latter, then the way to confirm it is easy. Julius just has to meet with Al, the sole person in this world, who was under the same circumstances as Subaru. Was Al regarding the exception of the authority? If the latter hypothesis happened to be correct, Al must also be remembering Rem and Julius. Above all, the Al of this world and Rem had no acquaintanceship with each other henceforth. It could not be confirmed. Subaru. There's no way he can say that even this time, huh? Emilia. Subaru. Subaru, it's regarding Emilia Tan's question, but there's something I want to confirm before answering that. Julius, you'll have to come with me. At Subaru's voice, who cut short the chase, Emilia made a somewhat discontent expression. He was keeping secrets, is what could perhaps be thought as well, but this was a measure necessary for attestation. Above all, in the case if the hypothesis, correctness being proven, what both Subaru and Al held in common. The part of both of them being trippers from a different world would be obscure. The ones whose hometowns lay beyond the great waterfall do not fall under the effect of authority. That absurd explanation would be the only option left. Subaru, don't tell me you won't refuse, will you? It is regarding you, after all. Julius, I must state that I have no choice. It seems, under the present circumstance, you are rather knowledgeable regarding the condition inflicted upon me. I shall follow you. Subaru, why do you have such a delicately large attitude, you? Whether the calmness had been restored through the conversation till now, the attitude of the elegant-appearing Julius, with his jaw pulled in, returned. Regardless of appearances, the uprosen situation was too tough on his mind and heart. Not charming at all was another way to put it. Subaru, suddenly getting absorbed in appearing admirable and increasing problems for the party in contact, huh? Anyway, let's go back to the shelters. I think now it's the suitable time for all the people concerned to assemble too. That's it. What about Ricardo? He had taken part in the suppression together with you. He's fine, right? Julius. He did get injured whilst shielding me, but it should not have an effect on his life. He is currently being properly diagnosed by Ferris. Subaru. Is that so? Then that's okay, I guess. At Julius' reply, Subaru's innermost thoughts were half relief and half reflection. To dissect the relief of Ricardo's safety and the reflection of Julius' insensitivity, who had directly inquired from the ones he had fought alongside with. And at Subaru, whose voice diminished, Julius sighed. Julius, I do not expect you to show friendly concern. If you conduct yourself the way you always do, it would be more comfortable for myself, after being in such perplex because of the environment. Well then, let's return to the shelters. Saying that, Julius, friendly, patted Subaru's shoulder. Julius, though it's not something too pleasant, there is no choice but to leave my introduction to you. The fruitless effort of the display in the hall of the royal election, it would help if you would withdraw that at this occasion. Subaru, don't go about digging up people's guiltful history. Shit, worrying for you was a mistake. Pushing away the hand on his shoulder, Subaru turned towards Julius while stepping towards the shelter. Of course, he would not misunderstand by thinking that Julius' reply just now were his true feelings. Moderating Subaru's feelings of guilt, he has simply given his reply in the need of a smart response. He knew that. As he knew that, Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Why must he now uphold an attitude of giving salvation to Julius' heart? He who lost all others above all must be feeling the helpless anxiety of solitude. How could he mistake on his words and his judgments? His own insensitivity was terribly irritating, and Julius was almost just as irritating as well. In the situation where anxiety was natural, acting as normal was a strength of his as well. That strength was surely something which Subaru could never attain, despite his desire. Until Julius were to be left as is, Subaru would certainly harbor his own sense of responsibility. Looking at the back of Subaru, who was heading towards the shelter, after having angered him, Julius' lips' edges curved into a slight smile. It was a powerless smile, one which he could never let Subaru see, who had his back turned towards him. Emilia, that face, do you intend to not show it to Subaru? In that dim gap in his heart, a silver bell's chime pounced in between. Turning back, there lay the line of sight of amethyst eyes towards Julius. At that gaze, wearing gloom, Julius concealed his smile and shook his neck horizontally. Julius, meager disposition, futile resistance of the defeated, that is what it is. Please do not point it out. Emilia, defeated you say, Julius. Perhaps we were the only ones who missed among those who headed to capture the control towers. Fully realizing our great insufficiency, I now live in disgrace and have been left alone in a prohibited state, completely defeated. With a stubborn attitude, Julius strongly brought attention to their defeat. At his attitude, Emilia's eyes wavered heartbreakingly. Emilia, at this moment, may have been able to find the powerlessness of Julius hot. Emilia, I'm sorry. However, Emilia's utterance was different from what Julius had been intending for. At Julius, who raised his face, Emilia embraced her slender shoulders. Emilia, the truth is, I don't know what should I say to you right now. I'm sure I must have had known you, but still I cannot remember, and I can't be reliable like Subaru. Julius, in Subaru's case, he should not be referred to much. He is the one that is the exception, isn't it? Emilia, even still, I know you are being hurt. That's why I cannot do anything but apologize and, in regards to Subaru, thank you. The fact that she thanked for Subaru was unsettling. Emilia sighed at Julius, who furrowed his eyebrows. Emilia, Julius-san's current face, if Subaru saw it, he would certainly be pained more. That's why, thank you for hiding it. I'm really sorry. Julius, please stop, Emilia-sama. It is not something to be thanked for, and furthermore, you are making too much out of me. There is no need for such consideration. It was true. Julius, subjected to Emilia's gaze, filled with innate kindness, could feel the inappropriate comfort. With such admirable consciousness, it was not as if he had confirmed Subaru's innermost thoughts. It was something much simpler, a much more uninteresting reason. Julius, I don't want him, Subaru, to pity me. That is all there is to it. Up front, drawing closer, gazing at Subaru's stature, Julius declared. Pulling Beatrice's sleeve, who was close to him, with a difficult expression, was Subaru. At such a figure of Subaru, Julius was unable to discard his own powerlessness. Why those thoughts, that reason was. Emilia, just now, I feel I heard Julius-san's true thoughts for the first time. Emilia, continuing her steps, commented that about Julius' words. Julius thoughtlessly rounded his eyes, and Emilia raised a single finger. Emilia, it may not be of too much help, but I will also talk to everyone to try and convince them. That's why, along with Subaru, trust us as well. Let's go, Julius. Yes, also Emilia-sama. Emilia, what? Calling a halt to Emilia as she turned back, Julius elegantly bowed. Though it may not be in her memories, it remained inside of him as if carved deeply, that courteous etiquette as both a knight and a noble. Julius, being called Julius-san by Emilia-sama, gives rise to a helpless sense of unpleasantness. Please refer to me as Julius, that way of reference. Emilia, I used to refer to you like that, isn't it? I understand, Julius. With a finger on her lips, Emilia consented. After that, Emilia drowned in thought and shortly glanced at Julius, then proceeded to face towards the empty sky. And Emilia, can I ask something too? Julius, what might it be? Emilia, right next to you, minor spirits. No, maybe quasi spirits. Those children are flying about in seeming uneasiness. Did you know that? Julius. Yes, I am aware. Because they are buds that, being close to me, will eventually bloom. Julius closed his eyes at what Emilia has pointed out. Right beside him, when he closed his eyes, he knew there were the quasi-spirits, wielding the power of 6 colors, flying about. However, those buds had no knowledge of why they were there. That is why, for them, Julius, my current self's words will not reach them, just like the words for my master or my comrades. Arc 5, Chapter 78. The Remaining Ripples in the Watergate City. Translated by Ice, you Archbishop, proofread by Grace Tarperd, /u/Grace Tarperd, Archbishop realigned by Archbishop, based on the comp by Archbishop Art Sources Pixiv, deleted. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Arc 5, Stars What Make History, Chapter 78, The Remaining Ripples in the Watergate City, Reinhard. Subaru. Thank goodness we did not miss each other. I have returned. Subaru, Reinhard, how quick, you only just left. When Subaru and the others returned to the shelter after picking up Julius, they came across Reinhard, who had just gone back to the same shelter. Subaru gave a surprised response to his speedy work, and Reinhard, who had slightly raised his hand up as he walked towards them, suddenly broke into a frown. With a face that felt Subaru's awful complexion and the unease in the somewhat anxious attitudes of the four of them, he said, "Reinhard, what is the matter? Subaru, is there something wrong?" "Subaru, there's definitely something wrong, but it's difficult to choose the words. There's something I want you to confirm, too. Reinhard, if I can be of any help, you may ask for whatever you want. What is it?" Reinhard's response to Subaru, who had dropped the tone of his voice, was as sincere as ever. That was why he wanted to trust in his extraordinariness, much like he had done so far, starting with the battle against the Bowel Hunter, all the way up to the battle against greed. However, that line of thinking, of attaining salvation by divine grace, was Subaru. "Do you know anything about the person who's standing next to me?" "Reinhard. You don't mean Beatrice Sama, right?" Reinhard said this whilst looking down at the little girl in the dress that snuggled by Subaru's side. In silence, Subaru did not reply to Reinhard's words. He merely kept staring at the sword saint, praying that the answer he desired would be returned. To the fervor of that gaze, Reinhard looked at the other person standing next to Subaru and slightly narrowed his eyes as if he were thinking. "However, Reinhard, my apologies. He is someone I don't know. Judging from his aspect and appearance, I believe he is one of the valorous individuals of this battle, though." Julius, Julius, cheeks stiffened at Reinhard's reply. The two of them were supposed to be close friends, companions from the Order of Royal Guards with his name eaten. That connection of friendship also ended up being severed. Julius cast his eyes down gloomily upon hearing that reality, and Subaru, looking at him from the side, was feeling dejected too. The Sword Saint, as the strongest in the kingdom, was the most skilled swordsman, one who cut apart even the witch cult. Even so, not even Reinhard van Astria could escape the influence of the authority of gluttony. Or perhaps, to have thought that it was possible if it were Reinhard was only a baseless wish. That wish was cruelly broken and only confirmed his own shallowness. "Reinhard, my apologies. I do not know the reason why, but it looks like I was unable to meet your expectations." Julius. "Ha, it should be us who say that. From your point of view, that question must have seemed like an accusation. It is us who should apologize for presuming upon that consideration. It was Julius himself that took responsibility in replying to Reinhard's apology. He masked the shock of being treated as a stranger by a friend. He looked around the shelter as he covered himself with words of calmness. And then, Julius, it seems like it is almost time for the important people to have gathered. It is high time to start the conference that shall include future actions. Reinhard, I understand. You mean to say that we shall talk about you there as well?" Guessing the intentions behind Julius's words, Reinhard lifted his chin. In fact, the valorous individuals of the defensive battle from earlier, those involved in the royal selection, along with the city officials, were beginning to gather inside the shelter. And right then, a young woman dressed in a kimono came back from outside that very shelter. "Anastasia. It looks like they've gathered before we told them to. How convenient." Anastasia, who had finished looking around the outside, said that with a smile as she tugged on her scarf echidna. From within the surrounding shelter in her field of view, she obviously must have seen the figure of Julius standing next to Subaru, but it did not look like she was going to mention him. "Anastasia, it seems like, with Emilia-san and Yawl and Felt-san, we're nearly just about complete. If Priscilla-san comes after, then that'll be enough. Then, I reckon we can start the conference." Anastasia made her suggestion as she clapped her hands together. She said it with an air of composure, without even calling out to her one knight, who should have been reflected in the corner of her eyes. The place that had been designated as the conference room in place of the lost city hall was a meeting place near the shelter. This meeting place was also a shelter, but due to its poor provisioning against flooding out of fear of the very disaster that had kept the city of Prestella on high alert, it seemed that this particular shelter had not been used during the turmoil. "Anastasia, to start things off with, it ought to be a good time for the people in the other shelters to start going back to their homes, don't you think? In truth, we also wanted to go back to the inn, but it seems like the cleaning still hasn't ended." When it came to tidying, was she referring to the inn itself or the people involved in the current turmoil? Anastasia had probably made that comment so it could mean either one, so to take the initiative amongst those who had gathered at the meeting place. "Anastasia, first of all, Let me thank y'all for your hard work. Luckily, the amount of damage caused by the witch cult's grand offensive was extremely low, including both the people here and those who aren't, I believe. It was a battle like no other. Others, Anastasia, even without those grim faces, I too understand. The damage was low, but your faces say that you ain't convinced by those words. The looks on those unsuspecting silent faces became harder at Anastasia's words, who in some regards seemed unconcerned. At that, Anastasia shrugged her shoulders and looked around the room. At the meeting place, not only were the original members who had undertook the battle to defend the city assembled, but also the other collaborators, those who had got involved, had joined. From the Emilia camp, there was Emilia, Subaru, and Beatrice. Both Garfield and Otto were absent due to the gravity of their injuries. From the Felt camp, there were Felt, Reinhard, and Camberley, whose face was pale because of how out of place he felt. Gaston and Ratchins were absent due to their wounds and exhaustion. From the Crush camp, the most important member, Crush, was still lying in bed. So Ferris and Wilhelm were participating instead of their mistress. From the Priscilla camp, there was Al and Priscilla, the latter's face seeming bored. Next to them was their attendant, Schult, safe and sound. It seemed like Heinkel's safety had been confirmed, but he was an absentee. And from the Anastasia camp, there was Anastasia, who was standing in the center like she had taken the reins. Tivy and Ricardo were both participating as well, the latter of whom had white bandages wrapped all around his body. And Julius, who was seated away from them, was on the Emilia campsite. Finally, Kiritaka and Liliana were in attendance, as well as the scales of the White Dragon, who had joined due to their involvement. Nearly 20 people in total, who were involved one way or another, had gathered in the room to carry out the post-war conference on the defensive battle. And the one who got the ball rolling and spoke out a rebuttal against Anastasia's initial speech was Ferris, his attitude unsettled. His yellow eyes shook with irritation as he raised his hand up. Ferris, the post-conference is important. I understand that. I understand that, but I wish to speak about how we're going to deal with the Sin Archbishop. In the end, one of the top brass of the witch cult was captured alive, right? There are many things that we need to ask. I want to hurry that up. Anastasia. Well, I knew Ferris-san was going to say that. By the way, what's Crush-san's current condition like? Has there been any change since? Ferris. I can just say she's stable. We couldn't get any information out of Lust, so right now she's recovering her strength with my healing magic and relying on her willpower. For a moment, her symptoms were relieved a bit thanks to Subaru-kun's help. But being looked at out of the corner of the eye by the frustrated Ferris, Subaru fixated his gaze on his own palm. A part of his palm had turned black, and it was in a state where it exposed an unseemliness like that of a burn or birthmark. A similar change had occurred in Subaru's right thigh, which was covered by his trousers. Subaru did not feel any pain or the feeling of anything foreign in it, but it was not like that for Crush. Removal of that which was definitely eating up her strength was a matter of the highest priority to save her life. That, and it was also rather tough for a woman to bear those black veins on her skin. That a beautiful woman like Crush had been affected made it stand out all the more painfully. Anastasia, if I'm to speak honestly, I ain't in agreement with keeping that Sin Archbishop alive. That thing's a being that brings only trouble. If it's possible, killing in a hurry would definitely be for the best. Ferris, but then our leads would disappear. While Subaru worried about the black veins, the argument between Anastasia and Ferris was reaching a boiling point. In regards to the captured Sin Archbishop's treatment serious, Ferris stubbornly shook his head at Anastasia, who had suggested execution. It was natural from his point of view. However, Anastasia merely shook her head at Ferris, who was getting fired up. Anastasia, I think what happened to Crush-san is a pity. But they're different matters. Besides, that Wrath even knows anything about Lust. No, I don't think they do in the long run. To me, it seems very unlikely that the witch cult was cooperating with each other. Ferris, if they're not connected, then why? Why did something like today happen? The Sin Archbishops all gathered and came to attack the city, and yet they're not cooperating. Anastasia, of course. Even I ain't saying that their actions overlapped by happenstance. But their aims, retreat times, and dispersion don't match. It'd be a little weird to call that cooperation. The witch cult doesn't have any awareness of stuff like cooperation. Ferris, that's just a deduction, right? Raising his voice, Ferris completely denied Anastasia's words. It looked like Anastasia as well had realized that her suggestion was difficult to accept, and it did not seem like she was going to give a rebuttal to that, which had been denied by Ferris' sentimental arguments. Thereupon, Subaru slowly raised his hand up. Subaru, may I say something? I also have an opinion, but if anything, an opinion that's close to Ferris's. I don't think it's pointless getting information out of Wrath. Ferris, what do you mean? Subaru, it isn't a story I'm proud of, but a little while ago, I was allowed to speak with Wrath for a short amount of time, and there I was able to hear a little bit about gluttony. Even if it was only about the length, depth, and closeness of their relationship, it's too hasty to say we can't get any information out of them. In fact, Wrath had thrown some words similar to a warning at Subaru about gluttony. Thanks to that, there was a part in which Subaru had realized the possibility of gluttony actually being several individuals, and had ended up not overlooking Julius when he had tried to distance himself from the shelter. He could not close his eyes to this. Nevertheless, within Subaru's true feelings, he also had a part which agreed with Anastasia. Subaru. But leaving aside whether we can or can't use them as a source of information, I also have a bad feeling in regards to keeping them captured, though all the Sin archbishops are like that. Right now, so that they could partake in the conference, Sirius's guard duty had been entrusted to the scales of the White Dragon. She was in a condition where she was bound in chains without quarter, and had even been gagged to stop her from talking. They had also been instructed to take turns keeping guard, as their hearts had the potential to be manipulated were they to stay near her for too long. Nothing should happen during this conference, but his anxiety was unending. Subaru, it's necessary to feel this anxiety whilst they are captured alive. I can't unconditionally make a decision about what to do about that. Ferris, which side are you on? Ferris pointed his eyes, which were full of hatred, towards the fence-sitting Subaru. Subaru grimaced at the heat of his gaze and said, Subaru, I'm not taking sides. Honestly, I think both of you are right in the worst case. I will do something about the black veins in Crushsen's body using the parts of my body which haven't turned black. If that solves the issue, then I think that'll be no issue. Ferris, ha. Emilia, Subaru. Subaru's own judgment was a fairly extreme conclusion for the topic of Crush's black veins. Upon hearing those words, Ferris's face became flabbergasted, and Emilia looked at him, her eyes rebuking him. Everyone else also turned to look at him with shock and complex emotions in their gazes. Emilia, I also heard about that, but that's truly as a last resort, right? We don't know what will happen in the future even if it's nothing right now, but acting like this is normal is. Subaru, well, it's not like even I want to put that seemingly unhealthy ink in my body for fun. But we have a precedent with Crushsen that it relieved her symptoms a little. Emilia, Subaru, what I mean to say is don't rush to draw conclusions. I understand the feelings of impatience, but even if my back or my butt turns black, given that they're out of sight, I'm not reluctant to help out. That's what I'm on about. Despite there being a way to be able to do something, letting it go by due to his own cuteness would leave him a bad taste in his mouth. Crush was a valued benefactor to him, and more importantly, there was a solution that did not involve his, nor any of the others' lives. He would try and help as much as he could if it was up to something like darkening his out-of-sight skin. Wilhelm, Ferris, seat yourself. For the time being, Subaru Dono is right. Ferris, I know. I really know. The one who pulled Ferris's sleeve, who was lost for words, and made him calm down, was Wilhelm. Ferris looked down and attempted to say something to Subaru, but sat without saying anything in the end. Subaru let out a sigh on seeing his state. The mood around the tense meeting area went back to normal. Even so, the situation from before still continued. Anastasia. In any case, I understand that everyone's opinions regarding the treatment of the Sin archbishops are divided. It's worrying to keep M alive, and even the limits of mine, Natsuki-kun's instincts are coming out in truth. If they'd killed M instead of capturing M, our talk would have gone all the more quicker. Priscilla, what has this worthless spiel ended? No matter how much you gaze upon me, no reward shall be given to a show that lacks value. Cease that beggars look immediately. Priscilla replied with a yawn to the bantering Anastasia's look. That misplaced reply was proof that Priscilla had not been listening to the conversation properly up until now. Her participating in this conference must also have been some kind of whim of hers. Anastasia, don't speak so slyly. That attitude is unbecoming for one who captured someone from the witch cult alive. But out of all people, why did you capture M? What led to this bizarre turn of events? Priscilla, as if I knew whether she would live or die. As the final blow was dealt, the Yang sword clouded over and its sharpness disappeared. Thus she survived. The one who dragged her out from the canal was one of the rabble who had drained the water in search for the songstress. It has nothing to do with me. Anastasia, it doesn't bother you that the one you tried to kill didn't die. Priscilla, on the contrary. I drove the sword solely to kill. If she did not perish by that, then I have no intention to kill her again. Though she did not expire by my hand, it seems to be all the more convenient as far as I am concerned. Anastasia. I don't understand, but I'd. Anastasia seemed to have given up trying to understand Priscilla, who as ever had elaborated on her enigmatic theory. Subaru did not know her intentions either, but Priscilla's thinking probably was not understood by anyone else. It was dubious whether even Al and Schult, who stood by her side, were able to make heads or tails of it. Reinhard, at the least, I am against judging wrath in this place. I do want to respect Ferris's feelings, of course, but it also poses a unique opportunity for the kingdom. On top of strictly keeping guard of them, I think that we should make an effort to get what they know out of them. Felt, I think it's better to kill them. Even just remembering those sin archbishops makes me sick to the stomach. I don't think they'd say anything that half makes sense. It's better to kill them before being dragged into something problematic, so that they won't cause any problems in the future, probably. Reinhard. Felt Sama. Felt. For your information, I ain't saying this to get on your nerves this time at all. And coming from a different place, the opinions were split between master and servant. Reinhard, who had advocated that they should keep wrath alive, and Felt, who had denied that. Although Felt's opinion was not well grounded, Felt herself did not seem to think that her opinion would be accepted. In the end, it looked like Wrath would be given into custody to the kingdom. Reinhard, I shall be the one responsible for escorting Wrath to the royal capital. In the case Wrath is scheming something, I would be the person most able to deal with it. And in the worst case, there is the eventuality that a conviction might need to be carried out too. Anastasia, when it comes to Bane, suitable for that, you're it, apparently. But in this case will Felt, San follow you to the royal capital too, or shall master and servant go their separate ways, Felt. If Reinhard's going, I'm going too this time, it can't be helped. Reinhard's face changed to one of astonishment on hearing Felt's words. Felt caught a fleeting glimpse of his face from the side, and plastered a deep scowl on her lovely face. Felt, don't get the wrong idea. The fact that I can't stand you ain't changed. It ain't changed, but there's times when I ain't gonna do that. Reinhard, there are times where you aren't going to do that. Felt, I don't know. Try asking that to your own chest. My chest ain't soft enough to reply back to you. Sticking out her underdeveloped chest, Felt stuck her tongue out at Reinhard. He cast his eyes down upon seeing his master's attitude, and then quietly lifted his chin up. Only they themselves knew what feelings there were between master and servant. At any rate, it looked like the Felt camp, too, was not the same as it had been a year ago. Camberley, well in that case, Reinhard. Camberley, look after Ratchins and Gaston. Once they can move about, they may first return back to the mansion. Bring them only in contact with Ramja. Camberley, why yes, sir, I understand. A look of relief came over the uncomfortable-looking Camberley on receiving his orders. For now, thanks to Reinhard volunteering, they could feel at ease regarding Wrath's escort. What came after, that which they could get out of Sirius, would be the duties of the kingdom's experts. Then, may we move to the next issue, ladies and gentlemen. The one who had raised his hand up after seeing the matter of Wrath's treatment decided upon had been Kiritaka. He gazed at everyone's faces while he adjusted his slightly messy hair with his hand. And then he spoke out, Kiritaka. First of all, regarding the battle to protect this city, I would like to thank you all, on behalf of all citizens. If it were not for all of you, the city of Prestella would likely have fallen into the evil clutches of the witch cult. I offer my deepest gratitude for that. Kiritaka hung his head low and bowed, having taken responsibility for speaking of the general consensus of the city. Liliana, who was by his side, with a look of panic on her face, also bowed her head like Kiritaka had. Putting Kiritaka aside, Liliana's earnest reaction was quite unlike her. Perhaps her fight against wrath, or something after that, had caused a change in her attitude. In any case, Subaru, we were already in the city and involved. We didn't have the option to just watch on as a spectator, so you don't have to thank us to this grandiose extent. Don't you think? Emilia, yeah. Besides, maybe the witch cult taking over the city was just a bonus for them, judging by their aims. Whether we saved them or they saved us, maybe we don't know which one it is. Emilia and Subaru insisted that it was hard for them to accept the praises at face value for the witch cult's attack. Certainly, the greatest part of repelling the witch cult had been down to the merit of the members gathered here. However, in the first place, the Sin Archbishop's aims were Emilia, the artificial spirits, and the Book of Wisdom. All those things had been brought in by those involved from the outside, and the Emilia camp had been responsible for gathering them all. They could not accept their praises with full sincerity. Felt, wait up. It bothers me that you're saying that freely as if it were the consensus. Are you really saying that if we hadn't been here, they would have slammed the door shut on those witch cult guys? I reckon we need to talk more clearly about that. Priscilla, tease vexing, but I am in agreement with that beggar girl. Do not drag us into all of your commoners' self-convenient diffidence. Do not be so conceited, you half-devil and you Philistine. However, the harsh duo stated their rigid opinions on hearing the words of Subaru and Emilia. Felt and Priscilla looked at each other after they finished speaking and immediately looked away, their faces looking disgusted. From the start, those two had not gotten along with each other. Only those in her camp were close to Priscilla, so it was a pretty normal reaction. Kiritaka, please settle down. I am gladdened by Emilia Sama's words, but as Felt Sama and Priscilla Sama said, the city's defense was all of your merit. This I vow as a representative of the city in the meantime, I would like you to lend your strength just a little while longer. Subaru, by strength, you mean the next issue you mentioned earlier, Kiritaka, indeed, about the inhabitants who were transformed by that wicked power. Everyone, everyone there went silent at hearing Kiritaka's somber tone. What he was about to point out, it was something which everyone here understood. The staff of the city hall, who had fallen into the evil clutches of lust, had been transformed into inhuman forms. One had been transformed into a black dragon, and the other dozen or so had been transformed into huge flies. They still were completely unable to do anything about the effect of the authority of lust, transmutation and transfiguration for now. They ought to have gathered them in one place and concealed their existence, though. Kiritaka, the culprit lust, has fled. No, even if we could catch lust in the first place, it is doubtful they would have any intention of restoring them to normal. Subaru, that's for sure, but we can't just leave them, right? Is there anything at all which we could do? Isn't it even impossible for Ferris? The changes to the people who could not turn back to their original form were fundamentally different from injuries or disease. Seeing Subaru's gaze, Ferris shook his head, and then bit his lips. Ferris, even I simply can't cure that. No, it isn't about whether I can cure them or not. It isn't an injury or disease. They were just transformed into those kind of creatures. Healing magic can only help you get back to being right as rain if you're injured or sick. That's why healing magic is futile against those transformations. Kiritaka, to be frank, I cannot tell whether the people that have been turned into flies possess any sense of awareness. I cannot distinguish them, and a fly the size of a person cannot even fly to begin with. They have not learnt how to move their wings properly, lying in an incomplete state. But if they have awareness, Subaru, if they clearly understand their circumstances, they'd end up going crazy, I guess. They had lost their own figures. It was a frightening change, even just thinking about that. However, considering that they had been changed into something inhuman, into something repulsive, it made it all the more worse. With one's body not being freed, even losing the means to express one's own will, it was pretty easy to imagine what they would be thinking in the end. For sure they would, Priscilla. Those who were transformed into vile insects would want to die, I would imagine. If there is no chance to turn them back, then would it not be merciful to bestow that? Al, princess, that's. Priscilla, be silent. Al, there is no meaning in mere wishful lip service. I hold no mercy to dish out to slothful pigs, but killing those who revile fate by being trifled with to absurdity is also a kindness. In short, that is all it means. With her harsh view, Priscilla dismissed Al, who had instinctively voiced his opinion. However, the reason why Al did not make any more objections was because Priscilla's opinion was also correct in some sense. Of course, he did not believe they should die. But they had been transformed into flies, and there was no known way to get them back to normal. It was perfectly natural that they would want to die. Subaru, it's impossible to negotiate with the culprit lust. Healing magic doesn't fix them. What do we do? Kiritaka, I wish to ask everyone about that. It does not matter, even if it is a shot in the dark. Does no one have any idea on how to cure them? Still seemingly clinging on to hope, Kiritaka's question was drenched in both expectation and resignation. No, the amount of resignation was stronger, and that was natural. If there had been any possibility to cling on to, someone would have been bound to have suggested it by now. In other words, at this point in time, without any allusions to a solution having been made so far, Kiritaka, I understand. I profusely apologize for the inconvenience. Dealing with them is an issue for the city, so we shall take the responsibility afterwards. Subaru, take the responsibility. What will you all do? Kiritaka, we will consider the possibilities after this. We have to check the will of those involved and see each of their conclusions. No matter what the final opinions are, we shall see it through until the very end. They sounded like strong words that implied an end in which their lives would be ended, instead of the one where they could return back to normal. Kiritaka's conclusion was inevitable in a sense. It was inevitable, but it was too soon for that conclusion. Wait, wouldn't you be able to leave it to me? Kiritaka, Emilia-sama. Having realized that their discussion on that matter had reached its end, Emilia quickly raised her hand. She looked straight at Kiritaka whilst feeling his anxious and expectant gaze converging on her and said, Emilia, a way to return them all back to normal right now, sorry, that I don't know. But I want you to not make any hasty conclusions. We need more time. Kiritaka, I understand your feelings, Emilia-sama, but the topic is about whether they have that time in them. The big issue is for how long their spirits can maintain their equilibrium in their transformed bodies. Emilia, yeah, I know. That's why I will make time to protect their minds. It may be a crude method, but it'll surely be able to do the job. A way of putting them to sleep. Subaru, I see. You cold sleep / you. Realizing Emilia's true intentions, Subaru snapped his fingers and then raised his voice. As he felt the people around him tilting their heads quizzically due to the unfamiliar words, Subaru nodded at Emilia, who was looking at him. Subaru. In other words, you mean the same way as with the brides in the church, right? With Emilia Tan's magic, we'll put the transformed people into a state of suspended animation. It may end up just postponing the inevitable, but it's sufficient to put off making a conclusion. In the meanwhile, we should find a solution. Kiritaka, freezing them and keeping them sleeping, is that possible? But will they not end up freezing to death in their sleep? Emilia, they'll be fine. It was for a short while, but I used this on the brides, so I understand the effects on one's health. And besides, I also slept for around 100 years by myself. Kiritaka, you yourself slept. Although an undesired commotion spread throughout the meeting place, Subaru clenched his fist at Emilia's words. It was unusual that Emilia was being positive about her magic, and that she had insisted on trying to use it this way as well. That, and it was a fine play that even Subaru had not thought about. It certainly was no drastic solution to the problem, but they just needed time to find a solution from somewhere other than lust. At least their possibilities should be increased by removing the set time limit. In the worst case, yes, it was the worst case, but there existed a possibility. Subaru would defeat lust with his own hands and plunder the witch factor of lust she possessed. Or perhaps, being that it was him, it might not be possible that he could return them back to normal using the power of that witch factor. He had just taken in the witch factor of greed, and it was possible that reproducing the Sin Archbishop's authority was merely a pipe dream. Kiritaka, if that is possible, by all means, I would like to ask that of you, but, Emilia, let me do it. You won't regret it for sure. Emilia repeated her request to the hesitant Kiritaka, at a loss for what to think. Kiritaka agonized about it before her earnest attitude. However, Liliana, who was at his side, tugged at the cuff of his suit. The brown girl looked up at Kiritaka and then flared up her nostrils. Liliana, what are you worried about, Kiritaka-sen? Why not? Let her try. After all that Emilia-sama said, it's natural that there's a chance of success. Kiritaka, of course I want to believe that too, very much so, Liliana. However, this is something that involves many lives. We cannot arrive at a conclusion so easily. Liliana, there's no need to worry. Emilia-sama will not fail. Because be tilde causi tilde. The great heroes of the future can all surmount such tribulations without difficulty. Those heroic tales where they surmount any wall standing in their way, no matter how tall or thick it is. Blood boiling and flesh raising, a tale which fascinates everyone is created like so. The gentle strum of the lyre, unsuitable for the meeting place, resounded throughout. None of Liliana's idealistic notions had any basis, but for some reason they did have a strange persuasive power to them. Of course, it was not so simple to make their conclusion based just on that. Subaru, at the least, let's ask their families. If the staff of the city hall are the victims, then their family should be in the same city, right? We should try and hear from them whether they leave open that possibility. Kiritaka, in regards to that question, there was not anyone who seemed to have abandoned their family. Subaru, then we can talk later about whether we will leave this to Emilia or not. And regarding whether they will believe Emilia or not, well, I'd like to hear about that specifically from the consensus of the city. Kiritaka directed his gaze towards Emilia, showing signs of hesitation. If Emilia had cowered from that look, then perhaps the debate would drag on even further. However, Emilia nodded without fear at his clinging gaze. Emilia, leave it to me, I will do it without fail. Confidence and conviction, even though it was somewhat of a different feeling. Emilia had shown her willingness to face her own deeds with a strong sense of self-awareness and preparedness. Kiritaka was speechless in seeing the gaze in Emilia's eyes and in hearing her assertion. And not only that, the gazes of the people around which were pointed at Emilia also showed an infinite variety of reactions, as if they were swaying in a wave of emotions different to the ones so far. Finally, Kiritaka let out a deep sigh. Kiritaka, I understand. For sure, I reckon we should endeavor to make our wishes come true rather than jumping to hasty conclusions. After all, the battle to protect Prestella, too, had seemed reckless at first. Emilia, yeah, I'm really thankful. Kiritaka, it is me who should be thanking you. Kiritaka smiled wryly at having lost his position. After the conference, and after they got permission from the victims' families, it seemed like the cold sleep from Emilia's magic would be realized. Subaru replied to Emilia's nod by giving her a thumbs up. Having cleared up the second point of dispute, what came next was their last topic on the agenda. And that was, the last issue. There have been many reports of unconscious people of unknown identity that were found one after the other in various parts of the city. I would like for us to discuss this matter. Most likely, for the knight who had been forgotten and had remained silent until now, it was the most important issue. Right now, the number of nameless people is reported to be 36. Amongst them, there are 6 people who appear to have been part of the scales of the White Dragon. Furthermore, it's very likely that the number of nameless people will increase in the future. The one who led the debate and gave the report was Dinas, the representative of the scales of the White Dragon. With his fingers, he touched the dragon crest that was embroidered on his white garb, a strong expression of regret adorning his face. Most likely, that was the crest that denoted that they were scales of the white dragon. The ambiguous testimony that he had given, who appear to have been part of, must have been related to that crest as well. Felt, it's okay to say that the guys who were attacked by that Sin Archbishop are nameless, right? Like, the guys who popped up out of nowhere all of a sudden, defeated. Kiritaka, taking into account the situation, it's reasonable to think that, I'd say, their uniforms have matching embroidery sewn in. It's really frustrating that their identities are completely unknown. Dinas. What's more is that there are 30 more people in a similar position. It's a complete mess. It's unclear whether they were there all along or not. It's difficult to judge what the best thing to do is. The victims of gluttony, the people who had had their names eaten, in some sense, were harder to deal with than the victims of lust. After all, the victims had completely disappeared from the memories of those who knew them. On top of that, If the people in question were not conscious, then there were no clues left to find their identity. Even with the people from the scales of the White Dragon, while it was great that their affiliation was known, no one knew more than that. They did not know who they were caring for or such. Felt, all of the nameless that you found were unconscious, right? What was the healing arts user's chic know? Guy's prognosis on that? Ferris, it's the same as with lust as well. I don't know why they're unconscious. The result of my prognosis is that I think they are just sleeping, but this too isn't a certainty. Those who just sleep should keep getting weaker and weaker, but then there's the case of Rem-chan. To the words of Felt, Ferris looked over at Subaru and then spoke. A year ago, having suffered the same damage from gluttony, Ferris had given Rem a diagnosis similar to the nameless people. The result of the prognosis had been exactly the same. And still, up until now, Rem had not woken up, and yet her health had not deteriorated. Even though she seemed asleep, it should be said that her body was not carrying out its functions for life support. Her hair was not growing, and there was not even any excretion. She was in an unfathomable state. Subaru, putting aside knowing their identities or not, the care of those people is easy. It's better to deal with bedridden people since they're bedridden. We can just leave them sleeping in their beds, even though in truth, I'd like for someone who knows them to be by their side. Ricardo, since that ain't possible, that's the issue, ain't it? It's something arduous. Even though he knew saying that had been half meaningless, Subaru had done it for Rem in the real meaning. He had no other choice but to defeat gluttony for Rem, even if he knew that, having offered a little bit of opposition, was Subaru's self-satisfaction. Subaru's naivety was denied by Ricardo, who had raised his voice, his face showing no traces of ill will. Upon turning to take a glimpse at his profile, Ricardo was sitting on two chairs set side by side, having crammed his huge body in, and was taking part in the conference. His spirited attitude still seemed unchanged, but there was something that was different in just one place, and that was the hefty mass of bandages wrapped around him and his right arm missing from the elbow down. Ricardo, don't make such a miserable face, bro. It's true that I screwed up, but I'm alive. When you think about what happened now, it's by far the most preferable damage. Noticing Subaru's gaze, Ricardo raised his severed right arm up and bared his fangs. It seemed like Ricardo had lost his right arm due to an attack from gluttony during the fierce battle of the control tower. He'd heard that from Julius, who had been fighting at his side. Julius had also told him that Ricardo had lost his arm protecting him, and that Ricardo himself did not remember it. As if proving that, Ricardo shifted his gaze to Subaru's side and said, "Ricardo, by the way, I see that handsome guy next to you is an acquaintance of yours, bro. Looks like you met the guy you were searching, for that's a relief, ain't it? Truly, thank you for helping me earlier." Julius. Calling Julius a handsome guy, Ricardo acted as if he was talking to a stranger. From the flow of the conversation, it seemed that Julius had exchanged with Ricardo the same words as back when he had tried to smokescreen Subaru at first. Julius should have carried the injured Ricardo to the shelter, so it could be presumed that Ricardo's thanks in the end were for that. Nevertheless, leaving this misunderstanding as is was far too agonizing. Besides, they had arrived to the topic of gluttony. It was time to cut to the chase, it seemed. "Subaru, I have something which I want to talk to everyone about. It's something important that's related to the nameless." Standing up, Subaru got the attention of everyone in the hall to himself. Right now, the one who had the most information on how to deal with the nameless was Subaru. He felt everyone's gazes naturally filled with anticipation of a solution for this state of affairs. However, he shook his head. "Subaru, I'm sorry for having caused anticipation. In all honesty, this isn't something which will yield hope immediately. But I have to talk about this. Anastasia, you know, if you give it such an extravagant preface, you're bound to make us fret. What are you planning to say?" Anastasia threw in a few joking words to Subaru to try and relieve some of the tension in the place. However, it was her who should be the one most prepared for this. Otherwise, the fact had the potential to turn her current state of mind inside out from the roots. Subaru took a quick breath and then looked at everyone's faces. And finally, he looked at Julius, who nodded despite looking tense. Seeing that, Subaru then pointed to the neighboring Julius with his hand and asked his question. "Subaru, is there anyone here who knows the name of this man?" Everyone. Silence prevailed in the meeting place to Subaru's question. The time that was kept in silence was not born out of a lack of understanding, though. It was because everyone sensed the intent of Subaru's question and were contemplating about Julius's position. And on that basis, if nobody said a word, it meant that there was no one with any idea about Julius's identity. Subaru. Al, what about you? Don't you remember his face? Al. What's up, bro? Why are you nominating me all of a sudden? Having had his name abruptly called out, Al raised his voice in sheer surprise. That behavior was enough to prove that he had memories of Julius inside of him, but even so, he had to make sure. Subaru placed his hand on the round table and posed his question to Al, whilst leaning forward towards him. Subaru, do you really not know why? It's what you and I have in common. So do you not remember this guy? Well, reply to me. Al, so that's why. Sorry, bro. I know what you mean, but I don't think I can help you. That guy's nowhere to be found in my head. Subaru, are you completely sure? If you think a little more seriously, Julius, that's enough, that's plenty enough, Subaru. As someone summoned from another world, Al presumed the intention behind those series of questions based off of that, but he had not nodded his head. Nonetheless, it was Julius himself who stopped the unrelenting Subaru. Julius clapped Subaru's shoulder with a forlorn smile on his face and bowed at Al. Julius. I overexpected. I apologize. We apologize for our impoliteness. Al, you have no reason to apologize. I don't know if there was such a reason to or not, but you don't need to apologize to me. Waving his sole arm, Al turned his gaze away from Julius. There were no signs of falsehood in his reaction. It was probably true that Al did not remember Julius. Then that meant part of Subaru's conjecture was incorrect. The world one originated from had nothing to do with the effect of the authority of gluttony. In that case, then, the most likely reason after all was the witch factor inside Subaru's body, and it seemed to be limited to isolation with the outside world according to Beatrice's door crossing. Wilhelm, judging from the story, Subaru Dono. This young man was involved with us. And in addition to that, I also think he is someone who was in a fairly important position. Wilhelm spoke out towards Subaru, sharing his deduction after observing the trio's exchange. Others would have most likely come to the same conclusion which the Weissend swordsman did. Subaru nodded at Wilhelm, and then he turned to look towards Julius Subaru. This is Julius, Julius Juculius. Like all of you guessed, his name was eaten by gluttony, and he ended up as one of the nameless people. But the process is different than the others who were unconscious. His consciousness remains. Ferris, we have such a case. He's forgotten by those around him, but he himself remembers. So, is this person one of ours? With disbelief on his face, Ferris swept his gaze from Subaru to Julius and then back again many times over. To the shivering Ferris's words, Reinhard tucked his chin in and said, "It seems so." The sword saint gazed at Julius with his tranquil eyes and said, "Reinhard, before the conference, Subaru asked me the same question as well. Julius was likely an acquaintance of mine or Ferris. Or maybe the word acquaintance is insufficient to describe our relationship. A friend, perhaps. Julius, at least I thought of you both as friends. If you both considered me a friend in the same way, nothing would make me feel more honored. Ferris, friends, then Julius, you're a knight as well. One of the royal guard. Both Reinhard and Ferris were bewildered at having been called a friend by a stranger. Their reaction could not be avoided, thus Julius corrected them half in resignation. Subaru's insides were burning in anger as he watched the trio's exchange. What a warped, nauseating scene it was. Subaru was not privy to the details on how the three of them had met, how they ended up becoming friends, and what their friendship was like. Even so, as colleagues, as friends, the three of them should have interacted with each other in a close, naturally familiar manner. Now there was nary a trace left of those certain bonds. When Rem's name had been eaten and everyone had forgotten her existence, Subaru had thought there was nothing that existed in this world that was more sorrowful than that. But what about Julius's current condition? The sensation of complete loss that invaded him from being abandoned by everyone in the world. If that were not sad, then what was? Sadness was not something you could compare. But even if it was, this was far too cruel. Anastasia. I guess it ain't something like in Bane, a plain all-royal guard. Out of the blue, Anastasia's words buted in between the painful first meeting of those friends. She put a thoughtful expression across her gentle features and licked her lips as she touched her jaw. Then she pointed at Ricardo, before then pointing at Julius, Anastasia. Julius-san was the one who brought back, on his shoulders, the grievously injured Ricardo. Straight after we talked a bit about Ricardo's treatment, then he immediately left saying that he had to go and search for someone. I guess that's why you reacted the way you did, right? Julius, Anastasia-sama. It was the second time master and servant met for the first time, a meeting that should not normally occur. Recalling the bitter memories of that time, Julius spoke out the name of his master with anguish on his face. However, Anastasia did not even take notice of the presence of the quivering devotion that had been put into those words. She thought for a moment, and then raised one of her fingers. Anastasia, Julius-san's nameless case is a rather unusual one. We don't know how many people in the city are in the same state, but mayhaps there's a possibility that other people are like the unconscious nameless, still yet to be identified. There's no doubt that this, too, is a serious situation. Ain't that right? Moving her gaze away from Julius, Anastasia directed the theme to the outline of the debate. It looked like the matter of Julius's identity had been postponed as one of the problems that could not be resolved. That was pretty unjust treatment for the current Julius, but Subaru was the only one in this place who could feel outraged by it. Anastasia, in light of these problems, I have a proposal, though. Is that okay? Subaru, a proposal. Subaru's innermost feelings were put aside, and the attention of the conference was once again directed at Anastasia. Being the center of attention, Anastasia looked around the surroundings before finally settling her gaze on Subaru and Julius. Anastasia, the victims of the witch cult, the victims of lust, and those nameless from gluttony. Asking the Sin Archbishop in question for a solution for each of these is hopeless. Are we in agreement with that? Kiritaka, it would be difficult to force them to speak. In that sense, you are correct, I guess. But an overly pessimistic opinion could, on the contrary, result in clouding our view. Anastasia, that doesn't mean I'm thinking about the worst either. But there ain't just one way to get an answer. I just wanted to say that. Subaru, there's a different way to get an answer. Subaru ended up parroting back Anastasia's words without comprehending their meaning. A different solution to asking the corresponding Sin Archbishops, who were the culprits behind the damage. If such a way existed, it would probably be close to a witch's deal. For a split second, a choice which Subaru must not make crossed his mind, in that, if it truly were the witch of greed, she would perhaps know the answer. Emilia, so what do you mean? Please tell us clearly. However, Emilia asked Anastasia about the true meaning of her words in place of Subaru, who was busy shaking his head, denying that idea. And then, whilst drumming her head with her fingers, Anastasia said, Anastasia, if we can't get the information out of those crooked Sin Archbishops, then we ought to ask it to another person who may know such a person exists. Someone from this country who may know a way. There's no way. Having guessed the meaning of Anastasia's words, someone spoke that out in a hoarse voice. However, unlike everyone else around him, who had realized what she was on about, Subaru had no idea what her statement meant. Felt, I don't understand, don't put on airs and say it clearly. Felt sulkily demanded that from Anastasia, her understanding the same as Subaru's. Anastasia gave a wry smile to Felt's words and apologized with an I'm sorry, Anastasia, the sage Shola. Felt, Anastasia, the Pleiades watchtower, if it's the sage who should be there. If they're the person of legend who sees everything in the world, it wouldn't be strange if they knew, right? So she spoke, revealing the true intentions behind her proposal. Arc 5, Chapter 79, The Sage's Watchtower. Translated by Ice, you Archbishop, proofread by Grace Turperd, /u/ Grace Turperd. Archbishop realigned by Archbishop, based on the comp by Archbishop Art Sources Chinese letter. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Arc 5. Stars What Make History, Chapter 79. The Sage's Watchtower, Anastasia. The Sage Shola. When Anastasia mentioned that name, a stir spread throughout the meeting place. Whilst everyone exchanged glances with each other, and put on expressions like they could not believe what they had heard. Only Subaru was left behind from this situation. Subaru patted Emilia's shoulder beside him whilst he put on a troubled expression and said, "Subaru, ah, is this sage Shola someone famous?" "Emilia, Subaru, didn't you read the story of the witch when you studied the alphabet? I thought that nursery tale was in the book that you were reading a lot." "Subaru, the nursery tales which are that picture book. Now that you mention it, I'd thought that the witch's story was listed as well for sure." That which was pointed out by Emilia brought up old memories of a year ago in him. Though he had been buried by the memories of those hectic days, a year ago, he had studied the alphabet in a picture book for children at the time when he had just started to help out at the Roswell mansion. It was a collection of classics that compiled the popular nursery tales in this world. Amongst them, there had been an illustrated one about the Witch of Envy for sure. However, in that tale, Subaru, in all honesty, its contents weren't that detailed, so I didn't fully understand everything. The most I got out of it was that long ago, at a certain place, the witch did something terrible. Emilia, was it really that vague HMMMM? Let me think. The symbol of terror that once brought chaos and ruin to this world, the Witch of Envy. When Emilia sank into thought, pondering how she would explain it to Subaru, who had displayed his ignorance, it was Julius, who was sitting opposite to her, who opened his mouth instead of her. Julius. All that was recorded was that she was a half-elf with an infinitely cruel and ruthless personality, and that she had tremendous magical power with which she controlled shadows. Other than that, her name. We only know that her name is Sattler. Even now, the scars that being left behind on the world remain strong. Subaru. A. Subaru lifted his chin up at Julius's explanation, who had kept his emotions in check as best as he could. He focused on giving a neutral explanation, but the change in his state of mind was painfully shown regardless, even though no one around them mentioned it. In the meantime, his explanation continued. Julius, at the great waterfall at the far east of Lugunica, there lays a shrine made from magical sealing stones. Even now, that witch is sealed up in that shrine. All the while, she spews out a huge amount of miasma. Subaru, I heard that she couldn't be destroyed. But how did they manage to seal such a powerful witch? Julius, that is where the name of the sage from before comes into play. Julius nodded after hearing Subaru's question. The knight touched the sword at his waist and looked towards the end of the round table right at the red-haired youth. Julius. 400 years ago, 3 great heroes contributed to the sealing of the Witch of Envy. One of those was the Sword Saint, Rita Stria, the sword's heaven-sent child, who was the first to acquire the divine protection of the Sword Saint and the title which Reinhard inherited. One Reinhard. There are also records that show that Rita Stria, the first Sword Saint, did not possess the divine protection. Not all known legends are unconditionally true. Of course, it is a fact that Reed Sama created the current Astria family and the name of the Sword Saint, though. Reinhard, who was said person's descendant, supplemented what Julius, who was looking at him, had said. However, considering it regarded his ancestor, who had accomplished great deeds that had been left behind in history, Reinhard's expression when talking about it was somewhat brooding. He also seemed to be worried about Julius when it came to that. It did not look like he was going to insist on the subject regarding the inherited divine protection. In any case, Subaru. So, the sage was a companion of that sword saint. That's the gist I'm getting. Emilia, more accurately, the sage Shola, and the divine dragon Volcanica. You know, the dragon that protects the kingdom of Lugunica. It said that it started with a promise whereby Volcanica joined forces in battle to seal the Witch of Envy, and now, even to this day, still watches over the kingdom. He had heard the name of the divine dragon Volcanica many times, back at the place where the royal selection candidates expressed their determination. In his memories, the dragon's blood had always been heralded as something able to bring fertility to ravaged earth, let one overcome any disease, and make one either immense or unrivaled. Julius, it is customary to refer to the sword saint, the sage, and the divine dragon as the 3 great heroes. You ought to remember that. Subaru. Whoa, don't get fired up, I get it. Thank you for the explanation. Subaru raised his hand at Julius and Emilia before then taking a glimpse at Beatrice. Upon noticing Subaru's gaze, she slowly shook her head. Unfortunately, Beatrice did not seem to be familiar with the legend from 400 years ago. Beatrice was an artificial spirit created by Echidna, but other than the necessary information to maintain the forbidden library, she had been completely estranged from it. He got the impression that she was unaware of the circumstances behind the scenes around that matter, because she had been fairly impervious to the ways of the world, as she had shut herself in for such a long time. Subaru, I'm sorry for bringing the debate to a standstill. Let's continue talking. But this sage Shawla, after he apologized for interrupting the discussion, Subaru took the initiative to try and bring the conversation back to its original course. But he noticed something strange whilst he talked, and he could not help but tilt his head at it. He understood the background of this sage Shawla, a hero from 400 years ago, but Subaru, what? They're still alive, after 400 years. Emilia, is that so strange? I'm around 100 years old as well, in truth, everyone else. On hearing Subaru's mutter, a mystified look appeared across Emilia's face as she put one of her fingers to her lips. The meeting place stirred a little at that murmur, but Subaru, on the contrary, only replied with a "you've got a point." If he slowed down and thought about it, the half-elf Emilia's real age was in excess of 100 years, and Beatrice was a lowly around 400 years old. It felt to him like Puck, too, had mentioned that he was 400 years old. In that case, did that not mean the average age of the Emilia camp was about 100 years old, perhaps? Subaru, putting aside that pretty shocking fact, what about the sage's current state? Julius, they are alive on that, it seems that there is no doubt. Subaru frowned at Julius's unclear response. But Julius was not the only one unable to answer clearly. Everyone around was the same, especially those of the royal guards, Ferris and Reinhard, who looked troubled. Subaru, well, what does that mean? Julius, their whereabouts are known, and I dare say that them being alive is confirmed too. However, no human being has managed to exchange words with the sage. That is its meaning, I guess. Subaru, once again, what does that mean? They knew their whereabouts, and even though it was vague, they had been able to confirm the person as being alive. But getting into contact with them was impossible. He thought he could put all of those impressions together, but... Julius, currently the sage Shawla is in the tower near the witch's shrine, and has always secluded themselves there so as to stop those who plan to revive the Witch of Envy. Always since that time. Subaru, for all of 400 years. Julius, for all of 400 years. It was an absurd story. Beatrice, who had kept herself secluded in the forbidden library for 400 years, was already quite the case, but that sage Shawla, or whoever, was also quite a stubborn individual. Ferris, the tower in which sage Shawla lives, that's the Pleiades watchtower, right? There, the esteemed sage continues to toil night and day to prevent the witch's revival. Subaru, the tower's name makes me think of something, but it's of no importance. Do continue. Ferris, even if you're telling me to continue, that's pretty much it, you know. The sage Shawla gives it their all and continues to watch over the shrine to ensure the peace of the world. That's what is said. And that is that, Ferris said whilst clapping with a sullen look on his face. Even if he said that that was the end, it was clear from his attitude that the story had not completely finished there, considering that what he had said could not explain the funeral-like mood around the meeting place. Naturally, there must be some reason why they were like that. Subaru. Then, by any chance, are they a troubling individual? Anastasia. To ensure peace in the world, the sage Shawla continues to watch over the witch. Their names known far and wide throughout the world. I've known about M2 since the time I was in Kararagi. But at the same time, the sage Shawla's also known in this other way. Subaru. Anastasia smiled gracefully, pausing between her words for a second. And then, whilst looking at Subaru, who had a bad feeling about this, she spoke. Anastasia. The sage Shawla's someone with extreme trust issues who can't trust a single soul, no matter what the purpose of those approaching the watchtower and the shrine may be. They massacre all of them, or so I hear. According to Anastasia's explanation, they were like that. Sage Shawla had built the Pleiades watchtower and continued to watch over the witch's shrine. So far, there had been many people who had tried to get in contact with the sage, but all their plans failed, causing them to give up. That was because of the interference of none other than sage Shawla themselves. Anastasia, the great waterfall at the far east of Lagunica. It seems that the witch's shrine and the watchtower are around there. But the sage doesn't know which of the two aims people approaching have, wouldn't you think? Therefore, the sage killed indiscriminately, regardless of whether it was a wretched witch cultist who was trying to find the witch's shrine, or a person who was trying to get in friendly contact with the sage of the watchtower. The subject's good or evil, their likes and dislikes, their righteousness or malintent, none of that mattered, since that was the best way forward. As a result, there were no reports or records left behind of anyone being able to get in contact with Sage Shola in all of these 400 years. Ferris, Boot, since the situation where they attack anyone approaching has been going on and on, we can at least be sure that Sage Shola is still in the watchtower even now. Subaru, they sure are a damn annoying Sage Ferris. It's nigh out like that. In fact, there are many witch cultists who try to get near the shrine, more than you can imagine, Subaru Kyan. The Sage-san deals with every single one of them. They're just steadfastly keeping by their goal of preventing the revival of the Witch of Envy. Even though he had stated his positive opinion, Ferris's expression did not clear up. All the members of the Royal Guard had the same unrestful look on their face. For that to be the case, there may have been an experience where the sage had dished out a painful lesson to the Royal Guard. On the other hand, Subaru nodded at Ferris, sugar-coated opinion. Certainly, if one were to look at it from the do whatever it takes to achieve the goal point of view, it would be incredibly annoying. But if taking into account the evil nature of a witch cultist, it was a natural precaution. Rather, it was because there was someone who continued to keep guard over the Witch of Envy that it was conceivable to even think that this world had some sort of security system in effect against the Witch of Envy. Priscilla, fleeting is the night. I care not about the true colors of the hermit who lives in trepidation insofar as time permits them to. What is important is the fact that they are borrowing my limited time. I shall return post-haste to the inn if you continue with this useless prattle. I must get Schult to massage my feet. Schult? Why, yes, ma'am. Priscilla Sama has worked hard and is greatly fatigued. I appreciate that with all my heart. Having been embraced and buried in her huge breasts, Schult replied with a red face. Priscilla, who stroked the boy with the smile of a villainess on her face, had not found much worth in this conference in the first place. It was something of a miracle that she had come all the way here without throwing a tantrum. Felt, even though like I'm not on that princess's side, I also agree that we gotta get back on topic soon. Tell us about the sage. Felt demanded that they cut back to the main topic, a look of impatience adorning her face. Agreeing with that state of affairs, Subaru turned to look back at Anastasia. Subaru, though we've kept interrupting you over and over, what did you say is up with this reclusive sage? Anastasia. Sue, the story finally goes back to the start. Anastasia clapped her hands. Then she looked over at the faces of everyone who sat at the round table while still gently touching her fox scarf. Anastasia. Like everyone knows, the sage Shola helped with the sealing of the Witch of Envy with their unparalleled wisdom and magical power, as well as a wide range of insight that said they see through the world with, and knowledge that said they know everything about this world. If both of those are true without exaggeration, then don't you think they should know some way to do something about what the witch cult left behind as well? Subaru. But isn't what you're saying just wishful thinking, really? Anastasia. Does that mean you're against it, Natsuki-kan? Even though it seemed like she had returned his question with another one, an answer for Anastasia's was difficult. Trying to rely on it by simply looking at their title of sage was the honest recourse. In respect to that, Subaru did not think it was a bad idea, even. If they were someone who had accomplished achievements that went as far as remaining in legend, then maybe they really did know a way to counteract the witch factors of sin. But a different anxiety had taken a hold of Subaru. The name of the sage, Shola, and the Pleiades watchtower where they lived. Those two keywords refused to allow him to obediently accept her proposal, because Shola and Pleiades were both words which Subaru was familiar with. Subaru, according to Subaru's modern knowledge, Shola was the name corresponding to the second brightest star of Scorpio. The Pleiades, from the Pleiades watchtower, was far more explicit, in that it was the name of the star cluster known as the Pleiades cluster. Its name in Japanese was Subaru. Of course, he did not think it was anything that denoted Natsuki Subaru, But the name of the celestial bodies which he knew about cropping up in this world was enough for his alert levels to rise to the max. The witch cult's sin archbishops Betelgeuse, Regulus, Sirius, Capella, Alfred, Bate and Catos. Currently, all the Sin archbishops whose names had come to light bore the names of stars from Subaru's world in their own names. It was impossible to not hold preconceived notions towards Sage Shola and the Pleiades watchtower. Ferris, putting aside Subaru Kyan's dissenting opinion, Ferris cut into the conversation in place of Subaru, who remained taciturn without coming up with a successful objection. He placed his finger on his cheek, and whilst he assumed his normal attitude with the exception of a stern look in his eyes, he said, Ferris, the view itself of visiting the Sage Shola may be good, but isn't there an issue on how we'll do it? Is there any way, even when no one has managed to reach the watchtower? Felt, the reason no one has is, cause the sage is too strong, that's how it goes, yeah. Felt raised a question at Ferris's tantalizing words while she crossed her legs on top of her chair. She gave a fleeting look in Reinhardt's direction. Well, if it was simply a matter of not being a match for the sage's powers, then Felt, we could manage it if it's Reinhardt right. He's got no other use except being strong, but when it comes to just that, he's insane. Reinhardt, it's unusual that Felt-sama gives me praise. Thank you very much. Felt, this is what I meant. Felt sullenly TCH'd at Reinhardt's response. However, immediately after that, Reinhardt lowered his eyebrows as if he were troubled. Like that, he spoke out with a but, prefacing it apologetically, Reinhardt, unfortunately, I was unable to reach the watchtower. I lacked the strength. Felt, this guy lacking strength, isn't that a lil alarming? Julius, he does not mean a lack of combat power, Felt-sama. There is no area in this world where Reinhardt's true strength would be incapable of reaching, I would say. But the Pleiades watchtower is a different problem to such impediments. Ferris, so you know the details, though. If you were a royal guard, that's natural, I guess. Ferris's face turned to one of discomfort on hearing Julius's follow-up to Reinhardt's words. Looking at the strained relations between the three royal guards from the corner of his eye, Subaru spoke out to Reinhardt and said, Subaru, what was your purpose in trying to meet the sage? Reinhardt, it was an order from the kingdom. For a cure for the disease, that it was about 2 years ago. Subaru, 2 years ago, the phrase is disease, and 2 years ago allowed Subaru to understand the circumstances. 2 years prior from today, the members of the royal family had fallen ill one after the other to an unknown disease, right at the royal castle. It was an epidemic for which no cure was known, most likely. They had ordered Reinhard to get in contact with the sage to learn a cure for that disease. But he did not accomplish it. That explained the gloomy faces of the three royal guards. Reinhard, the watchtower and the shrine, they are located at the great waterfall at the eastern edge of Lugunica, surrounded by the Ogria sand dunes. The watchtower can be seen in the distance from the entrance of the sand dunes, so you should not lose sight of that place. But Subaru, but Julius, there are many strange phenomena that occur frequently in the sand dunes, so that you cannot get closer to the watchtower. One theory says it is because of the miasma that is seeping out from the shrine. Reinhard. On top of that, the Ogria sand dunes have turned into a haunt for witch beasts who are drawn in by the miasma. In that land full of miasma, the ferocity and strength of the witch beasts is off the charts. Even in that sense, going there in the first place is considered to be suicidal. Subaru. So it's a wayward desert with a haunt for witch beasts. For sure it's hell. In addition to the troublesomeness of the sage themselves, there was a desert which not even Reinhard could cross, and a metric ton of witch beasts which roamed the desert regarding this. The factors for abandoning the ploy were too many. It was understandable that getting in touch with the sage had not been achieved even once over the period of 400 years. Anastasia. Yes, but what if there was a way to cross that hell? Everyone raised their faces up at her sudden words, just as a gloomy atmosphere had begun to enshroud them. Anastasia smiled in satisfaction on account of having beautied in at precisely the right moment. Then she nodded so that everyone could see Anastasia. That's why I even bothered mentioning the sage's name. Ferris, Anastasia Sama from Kararagi, a means to reach the sage who has been in seclusion for 400 years at this time. What sort of means is it? Anastasia, you'll ruin your pretty face. I'm going to explain it to you even without that bristly face. Carelessly turning aside Ferris, who had gotten himself worked up, Anastasia removed her scarf from her neck. And then she unrolled her scarf on top of the round table and lifted the head part. Anastasia. I mentioned her before the defensive battle, my artificial spirit, Echidna. This little one knows a way to the Pleiades watchtower. That's why we can go and meet the sage of the watchtower. Subaru's breath caught on hearing Anastasia's declaration. The artificial spirit Echidna, that being which disguised itself as a fox scarf, was the key to reaching the sage. I am receiving so much attention, Ha. You are making me blush. Saying that, the fox spirit lifted her neck. Subaru did not know how much he could trust her, much alike the witch which she had borrowed her name from. Translation notes. 1. The concept of a heaven-sent child is one that's seemingly common in Japanese tradition. It refers to a child that was given as a result of a prayer to a deity. Many such exist in legend, folklore, and I believe religion too, in Japan. Arc 5, Chapter 80, Leaving Behind Ripples on the Water's Surface. Translated by Ice U Archbishop, proofread by Grace Tarperd, /U/Grace Tarperd, Archbishop realigned by Archbishop, based on the comp by Archbishop Art Sources Pixiv link. LL rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Arc 5. Stars What Make History, Chapter 80, Leaving Behind Ripples on the Water's Surface. So, let's start, shall we? Emilia let her beautiful, crystal-clear voice echo throughout the room as she tensed her face slightly. She spoke to everyone in the room with her silver bell-like voice, or perhaps she had said it to persuade herself. Either way, she raised both of her slender arms. Emilia. Closing her eyes, Emilia began to concentrate her mana to both of her raised hands. Great magical power swirled around, and she mustered the utmost concentration to handle it with precision. If she lacked either power or precision, she would be unable to achieve her goal. This was an endeavor which only she could pursue. Emilia, countless gazes poured down on Emilia, who met her great sorcery head-on with a serious expression on her face. The women and children were huddled together, watching over her actions with bated breath. Some were holding each other's hands, while others had closed their eyes as if in prayer or wishing. They shared only hope and anxiety as they trembled. Subaru. It must be tough on them. And at the tail end of the same room, Subaru was silently observing Emilia, who was being showered in many complex emotions. The area they were in was a part of the underground facilities of the city of Prestella. Originally, it had been a cellar that had stored emergency provisions. Its current almost empty state was ideal for their intended purpose. Nothing was placed in the stone cellar, and its spaciousness seemed to emphasize its bleakness and chilliness. But it ought to be suitable for their current purpose, precisely because it was that kind of place. Subaru, though I wouldn't say that's a good thing. Beatrice, quit muttering sentimentalities, I suppose. It wouldn't be good if someone heard you, and you'll also end up messing up Emilia's concentration, in fact. Standing beside Subaru, who had let that mutter accidentally slip out, Beatrice gave him her advice. The girl, who held Subaru's left hand with one hand and played with her drill curls with her other, stared at the white ritual that was being held in front of her eyes. Her pale blue eyes seemed like they were holding back pain in some respect to Subaru. Subaru, since it's Emilia, it will be okay. Don't worry about it so much. Beatrice, don't get the wrong idea, I suppose. Betty is not worried about Emilia, but about Subaru, in fact. Empathizing with the emotions of literally everybody is a bad habit, I suppose. Subaru, I see. The strength of her hand holding his grew stronger, and Subaru bent his lips into the shape of an arc at the girl's concern. He knew what Beatrice wanted to say, as well as what she was worried about. However, his decision after he had understood that was based off of his current determination. On that point, he could not yield, even though he knew that it would just amount to trouble. Emilia, away from Subaru and Beatrice's hushed exchange of words, Emilia's ritual continued on. Emilia, who was concentrating with all her might, had beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she panted out misted breaths. She was giving it her everything in mind and body to control the enormous amounts of mana. A pale blue light, originating from in between Emilia's hands, began to faintly envelop the cellar. Although the cold air was cold enough to fog up his sight, the chill did not pierce into his skin. It was gentle, as if it were embracing his exposed heart. He had heard that people who fell into hypothermia and were on the verge of death forgot about the cold. Extreme cold took away from people the ability to tell the temperature correctly and granted them warmth as a parting gift before snatching their lives away. This he had learned. Subaru vaguely thought about whether something akin to that was happening in this white world, but he immediately shook his head, dismissing it as plain stupid. Pale blue light filled the room, and the cold air converged to its center. And in the middle of the light, there was a huge black creature, curled up with its wings, folded a black dragon that was lying down. The strange creatures did not stop there. There were also flies roughly the size of people gathered around the black dragon. In all, they would give the impression of a nightmarish scene. However, Subaru did not feel any revulsion at this scene. No, to be precise, he was strongly aware that he should not feel revulsion towards the black dragon and the human flies. They were victims, innocents without any fault. They were victims of the malice of the sin archbishop of lust, victims who had been transformed into inhumanities. Subaru, and everyone else, currently did not know a way to restore their mutated bodies back to normal. That was why they had chosen this measure. Subaru, it may be that we're just postponing the inevitable, but, Beatrice, it will get us time, and even just that can be a salvation, in fact. Since you're trying to hurry things up, your outlook is getting narrower, so you can't see the options that you'd normally be able to. Not being aware of that, or realizing it later, both of those are cruelties, I suppose. Beatrice replied with something of a monologue to Subaru's mutters. Her small, feeble sigh contained an insightfulness and sentimentality which only those who had spent a long, long time thinking could have. Feeling that at the end of her words, Subaru just silently stroked her head without saying a single word back. Beatrice, what is it, in fact? Subaru, it's nothing. No matter how much time they took, they would not necessarily be able to make the right choice. Sometimes, even if time were to be given, there were cases where one would be unable to make the right choice. Nevertheless, they could act so that the option chosen would be the best one. The answer which Subaru had produced to Beatrice's 400 years had been like so. And so, he hoped that the time brought to the tragedy that struck the city would also be like so. Subaru. The climax of the cold air that filled the cellar overlapped with Subaru's strong emotions, and finally a sound like the air cracking, or so he thought, resounded throughout Emilia. It ended up going safely. Emilia turned around whilst breathing out misted breaths. She quickly bowed her head at that place, a little out of breath behind her, with their whole bodies covered in white crystal, were the lives of all of the souls who had been encased inside of ice. Subaru, TCH. The members of their families were weeping, and their significant others were sobbing in tears. Their sorrowful wails came out before any thanks, and they cruelly echoed throughout the cellar. For a very, very long time, the wails continued to echo throughout, as if their sorrow had no end to it, being separated from their loved ones until goodness knows when. For now, it seems like Emilia Sama's proposal turned out well. Would I be okay to feel relieved by that? Having been informed about the conference at the meeting place, as well as Emilia's subsequent work to freeze the mutation victims, Otto nodded, looking relieved. They were somewhere away from the shelters, in a private room at a hospital where he had been carried to. His condition on top of his bed still had not changed, with both of his legs painfully wrapped in bandages. Even so, at least he had managed to leave the field hospital's treatment, and it was possible to say that his cramping legs looked like they had improved quite a bit. In fact, Otto's position was that of one of the valorous people who had contributed to the city's defense, so it would have been nice if he had gotten higher quality medical treatment. However, Otto had not told them that, so Subaru opted not to say anything, since Otto had probably been considering those around him. Subaru. Hospitality that is presumed without saying anything, that's the true meaning of wabi-sabi. 1. Otto. Although you are here, Natsuki-sen, your mind is elsewhere. That's the same as always, so it is fine. But anyways, thank you for your hard work, Emilia-sama. Disregarding the nodding Subaru, Otto thanked Emilia for her hard work, who had come to visit him. She drew her eyebrows down on hearing his thanks and said, Emilia, nah, it's all right. More importantly, I'm sorry for going through with it on my own without consulting with Arto-kun. But it was because I'd thought it was something only I could do. Arto, it's fine. I'm not angry since your actions were undoubtedly precious good deeds. Besides, they were very valuable actions even in a calculating sense. Emilia, calculating. Arto, it probably would have been better if you understood what I meant. But if you do not, even if you do not, no, how can I put it? Regarding that, honestly, it's really difficult for me to decide which would be better. Subaru, don't think about it, feel it. That is empt. Emilia was not quite aware of the result of her own actions. With some magic words, Subaru serenely brushed Arto aside, who lay perplexed at Emilia's attitude. He then continued by saying, more importantly, Subaru, your legs, they seem like they won't be usable for a while, right? Arto, with Prestella's current state, it will be difficult to treat them more than this, right? The number of healing arts users in the city is not enough to take care of all the injured. I think it may be better to move to a hospital in another city, but it seems that Kiritaka-san sent out as many messengers as he could to the neighboring cities and requested for healing arts users. That is why quietly waiting here for healers from one of those places to come by would perhaps be more prudent than going back to the mansion. Laughing weakly with a ha-ha, Otto would be forced to withdraw from the frontlines for a while. Wounds as severe as Otto's could not be so easily cured without a mage fairly proficient in the use of healing magic. They had to be at Ferris level, or Beatrice's when she was in the Forbidden Library. Subaru. Ferris is constantly tending to crush, and our healing special attack corps leader is going around Prestella. The reason being is that family, of course. Emilia. Those three, the mother and two siblings, right? That person who had the form of a dragon is the father, so it was a family of four, I think. Their special attack corps leader was not present. Right now, no. He should not refer to him like that. Garfield is what he meant. Currently, he was going around the city which was short of working hands, and working as hard as he could on the repair work. By nature, Garfield was a kind, well-put-together young man. Even if he felt nothing for the city, if there were people in need, he would end up helping them without hesitation. But even so, his commitment to Prestella was second to none, and Subaru could more or less imagine the reason why. Subaru, that he didn't tell us must mean that there are various complex circumstances, I guess. Emilia, yeah, that has to be it. Indeed, changing the subject, but don't you think that Garfield and that family resemble each other a bit? Their hair color and eye color are completely identical. Subaru. Emilia Tan, you know that the subject hasn't changed, right? Emilia. Putting the surprised Emilia to one side, Garfield was in such a condition. Under normal circumstances, he himself should have sustained damage that would not be possible to call minor throughout his body. But due to his divine protection of earth spirits and his boundless physical strength, he had no intention of resting. In addition, Mimi, who had been a pain to her little brothers with her wounds reopening, and what not was also tagging along with him, so there had not been any ruckus around. Otto, well, in regards to Garfield's true feelings, I would imagine one day he will reveal them on his own. We do not need to try and pry it out of him. More importantly, Emilia, Otto. Ah, no, since both of you did not mention it at all, I did not say anything either, but why does Beatrice-san look so moody? Inclining the top half of his body, Otto turned the flow of conversation to a corner of the hospital room. Beatrice was there, puffing out her red cheeks, visibly shaking her head from left to right with a sullen look in her eyes. Subaru nodded and responded with an ah to that question. Subaru, it's because of that, you know. She's in a bad mood because we went to the restoration master on your errand and ended up being turned away. When you look at it from multiple perspectives, wouldn't that be your fault? Otto, no, you're going too far there, right, Emilia-sama? Emilia, MHM, you're right. It's a contractor's natural obligation to take care of their spirit. So the one who needs to cheer Beatrice up has to be Subaru. Subaru, you mentioned cheering up, but even when you say that, I don't have many memories of Emilia-tan taking care of Puck. Emilia, don't nitpick with that. Besides, I've done tons of stuff when Subaru wasn't there to see, like grooming his fur, cleaning his claws, cuddling him to sleep. It was doubtful whether that could be referenced as a format on the way of associating with spirits, but Emilia's expression when talking about Puck had turned cheerful. Ever since his sudden parting back at the sanctuary had stabbed her, she had had a strong expression of grief whenever she recalled Puck, but it seemed that stage had passed too. A crystal stone made of colorless, great magic ore adorned Emilia's chest. The same design that she always wore before she was separated from Puck, combined with the beauty of her expression. She had gone back to looking like the same old Emilia. She traced the crystal stone with one of her slender fingers and said, "Emilia, I still don't have enough power to bring Puck back right now, but mine and Puck's contract hasn't been severed, so we can meet again when I accumulate enough mana so that he can manifest. So, just a little bit more patience, eh? Subaru." That, too, was thanks to one of Biko's achievements, and well, thanks to Kiritaka's kindness. The reason why Subaru and the others had come to the city of Prestella in the first place had been to obtain a great magic stone. The reality should have been that he would turn it over or not after some negotiation, but the negotiations had ended up taking an inconceivable detour. In any case, they had received one at present and were very satisfied. Subaru, so you cheer up too, Biko. Beatrice, I'm not moody, I suppose. It's your misunderstanding, in fact. HMPH. Emilia, oh Beatrice, how adorable. Going all the way to letting out an easy-to-understand sound effect, Beatrice turned her face away from Subaru, who was trying to get her to cheer up. Subaru was in agreement with Emilia, who was feeling the butterflies behind him. However, whether they could talk about her cuteness or not was yet another matter. Otto, it seems that Master Darts is a person with a craftsman's temperament, doesn't it? He cannot leave a job half done once undertaken. I understand that sort of thing. Subaru. But still, let's think about how his professionalism has been taken to too much of an extreme. It seems like this guy was working in his workshop all throughout the chaos, doesn't it? He's too much of a workaholic. Otto, that is the craftsman in him, you see. Subaru, the craftsman in him, huh? He really did not know why Otto seemed to be proud, but when he said that, it seemed to make him feel good. Boys were such simple creatures. A craftsman's temperament was cool. However, Beatrice directed an angered look at the nodding Otto and Subaru and said, "Beatrice, yes, but that doesn't mean he should completely ignore his client's words, I suppose. Even when I said I'd pay him double, he didn't say a single word, in fact." Subaru, giving any indication of listening to what a little girl is saying as she slaps your cheeks with a roll of bills, would only work as a reward for those who aren't professionals well versed in their trade. You tell her too, Emilia Tan. Emilia, yeah, you shouldn't think like this, Beatrice. If you're going to waste money, I'm going to have to end up confiscating your pocket money. Beatrice, what rude treatment I'm getting from both of you, I suppose. The indignant Beatrice grabbed one of the curtains, wrapped herself in it, and hid herself behind it. Following that, Emilia could not resist any more and hugged Biko in the curtain, making her yell out, "GNN Naya, in fact." Putting aside their cheerful intermezzo, it was not like he did not understand Beatrice's feelings. That which Otto had commissioned to the Restoration Master Darts and Subaru and the others had tried to recover was the damaged Book of Wisdom. It was the origin as to why its owner, Raswal, had tried so hard to interfere with the future ahead of Subaru. It was natural to be interested in its contents. Subaru. Although his interference is subtle, the slippery nature of that guy goes hand in hand. Even though his act of sabotage had been discovered, Raswal's attitude on the surface had not changed from before. Of course, since he had schemed behind that easygoing attitude, remaining alert was essential. However, it was also true that he had an air to him that seemed like the poisonousness had slipped out. Nonetheless, it was not the same. He would not go as far as being able to call him a collaborative ally who would take the role of a bystander. Subaru, if we can at least see what's lying ahead with the Book of Wisdom, if they were able to hold belief that Raswal was not planning anything, regardless of the past, it would be safe to walk the road ahead together. It would probably also have a bit more of a positive effect for the future of the camp. Subaru, that's why I want to insist on it. Otto, even when I don't endeavor to make such excuses, I and Emilia-sama have more or less the same opinions as Natsuki-kun, so on that point we're fine. Just Garfield, well, he has his personal enmities, so even if he knows the facts, his attitude may not change. By personal enmities, was he really referring to the sanctuary or Ram? Without touching that subject, Subaru gazed over at Emilia and Beatrice, messing about Subaru. That book is no stranger to Beatrice either. So I think I would like to confirm it if it's even possible. Taking her out from the forbidden library and leaving the past behind are different problems. Otto, did you know that on many occasions I thought about trying to consult with you? Subaru, I'm not blaming you for that, you know. He thought that recovering the Book of Wisdom and attempting to restore it back to normal while doing all this on his own was a good judgment on Otto's part. And fundamentally, it was hardly ever that Otto's considerations failed. He was fully aware that he was not a person who acted in self-interest. Subaru, you really aren't suited to be a merchant. Otto, could you leave me alone? More importantly, what about master darts? Subaru, it may be my greatest job yet, he said. You can defer the fee, so I would like you to let me work on this properly until the end, he said. It was worrying that the deadline had not expired, but that guy was a craftsman, so he could not possibly say it was impossible. He wanted to believe that he was not the type of craftsman who would grumble even after the deadline passed. Otto. So in the end, I will also have to collect the Book of Wisdom. I feel like me staying behind in Prestella has already been decided, right? Subaru, Garfield also plans to stay for a while for the reconstruction work and the city defense. Them having been driven away is settled, but what if that's a feint for them attacking again? Since they never quit, those shits. They looked like the sort of guys that would make the same mischief over and over. It seemed like Subaru was not the only one who had recognized that everyone who was involved had not let their guard down either. It was also possible that their aims were to force unnecessary feelings of tension to torment them. Subaru, even if I bring that up, nothing more can be done about it. Otto, in any case, I think we need to wait and see how things go. As soon as my legs are in a better state, I will go around to check up on various things. However, Otto broke his words off there as he discussed his future plans. He strenuously lifted the upper part of his body up from the bed and looked up at Subaru, who had closed one of his eyes. And as he struck his temple with one of his fingers, he said, Otto, I shall say this clearly, I am against this. Subaru, well, I thought you'd say that. Subaru gave a wry smile at Otto's declaration. That he would say that and be against it was an attitude which Subaru had predicted. After all, Otto Suin had evaluated Natsuki Subaru correctly. Subaru himself was more aware than anyone of his own helplessness, but there were not many who clearly understood his shortcomings. At best, those were Beatrice and Otto, perhaps Patrash a bit, and although now was not the time for him, Ferris mayhaps too. Therefore, he had anticipated that Beatrice and Otto from their camp would be against it. He believed if Patrash could speak, then she would have probably been similarly against it. However, Subaru, if you know me that much, then you should know my answer. Otto, in truth, Beatrice-san's moodiness isn't only because of Master Dart's right. Subaru, Wheel Tilda, I'm not so sure. As you might expect, even I don't understand what's in the depths of Biko's heart. When Subaru feigned his innocence with a shrug of his shoulders, Otto's face turned into one of exasperation. Of course, when it came to him and his sharp hearing, he should not be lacking in knowledge of legends nor rumors. He must know all too well the riskiness of Subaru's choice. Adding on to what he had said, Subaru prefaced what he was going to say to Otto with an I'm sorry, Subaru. I will go to see that sage or whatever they are with that white fox guide for a little while. He smiled as he said that. Come in. When he knocked on the door as a courtesy just in case, a calm voice replied to him from the inside. It was a familiar voice, but one that lacked in spirit. Subaru felt excessively annoyed at it. Is that you, Subaru? Subaru, is it bad that it's me? It is strange. Now when I see your face, I feel terribly relieved. Subaru, blag. He walked into the room, wrapping up the reproachful words that he had exchanged at the start with that action. Even while he showed that attitude, there was consideration in the way Subaru closed the door behind him. Closing the door without making a sound was the minimum amount of courtesy for those who slept inside. If they would wake up because of the noise, that would be so much better. Subaru, if that happened, would you give me a round of applause or something? That'd be a priceless scene. Gluttony, who was let to be at large, would get more and more pissed off. HMPH. Giving a relaxed smile, Subaru inclined his head without meeting his eyes. Then he looked around the room and narrowed his eyes at the row of beds. a simple bed, and a thin blanket. That was all the charity given to the people who slept there. And Subaru knew that more than that was not even necessary. The people who slept here were forgotten from memory, cut loose from daily life, and only remained left behind as imperfect beings that just were not dead. Subaru, Julius, I'm not one to talk, but you shouldn't spend so much time here. Julius, Subaru, even if you keep looking at them, you can't remember that which you can't remember. That applies to both a beloved little sister, as well as someone who is truly like your other half. Subaru called out to the young man Julius, without using any words of comfort. He was sitting at a corner of the bed rows, at one of the bedsides located the furthest away. He lifted his face up, still full of sorrow, which he was unable to conceal from his handsome features. Julius, knowing that in my head, and knowing that with my heart, are completely different things. I do not mean to be conceited, but so far, I had never thought of myself as an emotionally driven, big-headed person. Me not realizing that until this happened is a lack in my self-awareness. Subaru. Whilst he spoke, Julius looked down at the bed right next to him. Naturally, one of the victims of appetite who had lost their name was sleeping there as well, and their consciousness and memories had been completely cut away from the world. That was why Julius Juculius did not remember this person, the slender-faced young man with long purple hair, who was his own little brother, Joshua Juculius. Julius, Joshua, eh? He could call his little brother's name because Subaru had told him his name and the relation he had to him. The victims of the authority of gluttony, when it had been reported that many unidentifiable, comatose people had been found, Subaru had been convinced that they had suffered the same damage as Rem. And he himself may have not forgotten those forgotten. Relying only on that slim hope, he had gone to the hospital room and discovered the sleeping Joshua. Julius, it is strange. Although there is enough in common to be able to conclude he is definitely a blood relative after listening to your story, within me there lies not a single memory of my little brother. Julius closed his eyes without showing any emotion on his face. Joshua was the only one he knew amongst the victims of gluttony. He could not find the other 30-plus victims even in his memory, and thus they continued to sleep without anyone even mourning for them or worrying about their well-being. If one gave it some thought, it was possible to say that Joshua, who had his big brother worrying about him, was one of the lucky ones. Even in these circumstances, where he was forgotten by the big brother he loved so dearly, said big brother had gone to the hospital room to cling on to his brotherly love in name only, and called out to his little brother without true emotion. Even if he were forgotten, even if he had forgotten him, even if he was not there in his memories, even if there were just facts, it was just heart-wrenching. Subaru. Fucking hell. He should have known. He really should have. That the authority of the sin Archbishop of Gluttony was the most despicable evil in this world, along with wrath, who twisted people's emotions at will, along with lust, who broke people's dignity as well as their form, before then trampling over them, along with greed, who denied everything besides himself, imposing his egocentric sense of omnipotence, along with sloth, who indulged himself in using the word diligence to paint over the lives of others with his selfish love. They were the worst evil without doubt. Not a single one of them deserved to live. How could he stand those beings that profane the lives of absolutely everyone like Gluttony did? Subaru, staying here will only make you feel depressed. Don't make me keep saying it. Only unpleasant things passed through his mind. He had put that irritation into words and called out to Julius. When he heard those words, Julius stood up and touched his forgotten little brother's slender chest and said, Julius, he is breathing, he is alive. It is strange. Subaru, yeah, that's right. But he doesn't eat, nor does he need to go to the bathroom. He also doesn't need to take a bath. He doesn't laugh either. Julius, he does not feel the sorrow of being forgotten. Either that may be a blessing. Subaru, a blessing. Subaru raised his eyebrows in response to the word that spilled out from Julius. Looking back at him, Julius slightly curved the crooks of his lips up, and whilst giving a weak smile, he said, Julius, if you do not realize you have been forgotten, you need not fear the anxiety of being left behind. It is really hard to bear having what should have been close relationships with people being cut off one-sidedly. Subaru, Julius, Subaru. Being forgotten and forgetting, I wonder which of those is the most painful. Subaru, how? Subaru's throat clogged up at that question. It did not clog up due to the answer. The answer had been readied in an instant, so what had obstructed Subaru's words had not been bewilderment, it had been fury. Subaru glared at Julius, who had a cynical smile on his face. Subaru, how would I know? Don't mess about. Stop absorbing yourself in these things. Julius, Subaru, Subaru, forgetting, being forgotten, to hell with both. Don't try and order such painful things. Are you that negative? Making that damn face, like you're the most unfortunate person in the whole world. Want to try and compare your misfortunes with mine so far? Whatever the case, I would win. Julius. Julius became speechless at the sudden change that took over Subaru, who had raised his voice, jabbing his finger at him. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, he could not say anything to this Subaru, who had suddenly become enraged. And as he looked Julius keeping his silence, Subaru lowered his finger and shrugged his shoulders. Subaru, don't make such a despairing face. I know you're suffering, and I know that you were forgotten and you have nowhere left to go, but I'm sorry, but I won't let you show your weak side. Julius, Subaru, have you forgotten, Julius? No, do not forget, Julius. Subaru glared at Julius whilst he bit his lips in frustration. He placed his hand on his chest and once again made a declaration like the ones he had done. Subaru, my eyes know your strength, my shame knows it, even if everyone has forgotten. Julius, he could not breathe, the feeling of his blood going up to his head had yet to vanish. Really, how long had it been since he had gotten this pissed off? Since Regulus. He was astonished that not even half a day had passed since then. How much had this turmoil in Prestella burdened his heart and lungs? And then Julius. Ha ha ha, Subaru. Ha, Julius. Ha ha, now you truly are a one-of-a-kind man. I have realized that once more. Getting rid of the startled face he had had up until now, Julius suddenly bent over in laughter. Giving in to the urge to laugh, Julius continued to laugh before the disgruntled Subaru. And when the urge gradually settled, Julius let out a long sigh. Julius, I see, you are right. It does not mean that absolutely everything was left behind, right? Subaru, rather than saying, left behind, I'd say you're in front by around 3 horse lengths. Julius, is 3 horse lengths enough? Subaru, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. With me and Biko as a team, it'll be completely different from before. He flipped him his middle finger and spat at Julius, who was starting to get back to his usual manner. Julius gracefully dodged his spit and gave him a bow while saying, I see, Julius. Then I will try to have faith in those big words. Subaru, do so. As much as you can, too, do great deeds so that you surprise everyone when their memories come back. This time, at that haughty attitude, Subaru raised his thumb up and then turned it down in provocation. Faced with that coarse gesture, the finest of knights that only Subaru knew smiled gracefully. Julius. So, first of all, more so than anyone else, I will try to strive to surprise you. You who remembers me. Saying that, he fortified his intent of accompanying him to the Pleiades watchtower that awaited them. Translation notes. 1. Wabi Sabi, written, Chinese letter, is a world view, part of traditional Japanese aesthetics, whose principles include simplicity, economy, austerity, and modesty, among others. For more details, see here. Arc 5, Chapter 81. Those who fill the vessel of greed. Translated by Grace Tarperd, /u/Grace Tarperd. Ice U Archbishop, proofread by Grace Tarperd, /u/Grace Tarperd. Ice U Archbishop, Archbishop realigned by Archbishop, based on the comp by Archbishop Art Sources Bangsuda. LL rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero, starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Translation note. Future chapters and prior ones may have used the term Eridna, which is a different version of the translation Scarfdona, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, pronounced as Eridna. Kind regards, Grace Tarperd. Arc 5, Star What Make History, Arc 5 Finale, Chapter 81. Those who fill the vessel of greed, a series of witch cult turmoils had transpired in Prestella, the Watergate city. The scars of the battle remained throughout the city, along with the tragedy that struck its inhabitants. There were numerous functions of the city that had yet to be fully restored to compensate for the loss of personnel. Those problems still remained, yet the situation was settling down and beginning to move towards the next story. For Natsuki Subaru, too, the many problems of the city ached his heart. Nevertheless, as he observed the city after the withdrawal of the witch cult, he felt that he could presume that perhaps he had been able to contribute a little to that conclusion. Subaru, although there are still many unresolved problems. The scars that were left by the Sin archbishops, especially those left by lust and gluttony, were enormous. The inhabitants who'd had their bodies mutated by the authority of lust. Their bodies had been placed in a temporary state of death by Emilia, and were now awaiting the moment to awaken in a shelter deep within the city. And most of the people who had been attacked by the appetite of gluttony, even now, found themselves in an endless sleep, and even their bonds with those who would expect their awakening from the bottom of their hearts had been snatched away. Emilia's expression, who had proposed a way of postponing the solution to the problem of the transformed citizens, was painful. Julius's anguish, who had lost his place and was troubled because of the way things ought to be, was beyond imaginable. And there was no need to mention the wounds in the hearts of the city's people, who were the ones most affected. Everybody had been hurt. It was Subaru's duty to do everything he could to heal those wounds. And so, Subaru, there are still problems I have to take care of. To solve the final unsolved problem, Subaru nodded. Only this was what Subaru had to do. Subaru, Julius will go with us. I see. Then I can feel more relieved as well. After he'd finished with his various discussions, Subaru returned to the conference room and was welcomed by Anastasia. Anastasia was the only one left at the round table in the conference room. The discussion on the main topics had been held there several hours ago. Some of them had already returned to the inn, and others were preparing to leave Prestella. Even without that, it had been a tiring day. There was no need to rest on the hard round table and spend your time in the darkness of the empty shelter. Subaru, what? And yet she had stayed here waiting for someone to arrive. It was not that he had been sure of it, but Subaru too had vaguely thought that she would have been here. After all, right now she should not have felt comfortable anywhere. Subaru. With this, those who are aiming for the Pleiades watchtower are Emilia, me, and Biko. In addition to that, if we add Julius and you, there are 5 of us in total. Anastasia. Aren't Mackin a mistake in the number of participants? After all, there aren't 5 of us, there are 6 of us. It'd be a problem if you forgot my adorable echidna. She unrolled the scarf from around her neck and spread it over the round table whilst making her dance. The white fox scarf was obedient towards her master's harmless game, just like a doll. She did not just look like it, though. Subaru. I didn't forget that is why we're 5. Anastasia. As he leaned his back against the door of the conference room, Subaru spoke thus to Anastasia, who was hoisting out her scarf. Hearing those words, Anastasia's smile froze. Her elegant smile vanished as if it had melted, and then she tilted her head slowly, pulling the scarf to her lips, accompanied by a mystified look on her face. Anastasia. Oh, that is weird. How did you know my identity is not that of Anna? Anastasia's tone changed completely, so much that it was clearly noticeable. Subaru. If you want to hide it, you should do a better act of doing so. Surely, as far as I know, Anastasia is the most rational and realistic of the candidates, but she doesn't have an attitude as lacking in humanity as you do, nor is her way of speaking like that. Anastasia. I have been observing Anna for some time, so I should have been able to imitate her, but it did not work as well as I had thought. You are the second one to notice. Subaru, the second. Anastasia. Alkan also noticed. He called me a witch. How could he do such a cruel thing? Subaru, that was quite the fitting term. Subaru felt admiration for Anastasia's echidna, and the witch echidna were essentially different, but it was impossible that they were not related. There was no doubt in that. Perhaps it had been Al's insight, something only he could have noticed. He was someone summoned to this other world, just like Subaru. If the power of the Witch of Envy was connected to the other world summons, Al could also be related to the witch. Usually, he would have talked to him more about it, but Subaru. Anyway, that doesn't matter now. The most important problem is you, who hijacked Anastasia's body and tried to make it yours. Anastasia. Saying hijacked sounds pretty drastic. At a glimpse, the current situation is bad. That appears to be a fact, but I must say that it is unfortunate that you misinterpret it that way. Seriously, it is painful. Subaru, that way you make it sound like it's not the case. Anastasia. In actuality, it is not true, even if you cannot see it. I only borrowed Anna's body. It was inevitable. Had I not done that, it would have been the end for the both of us. After that, I continued to use Anna as a vessel, not out of my free will. It was terribly amicable and familiar, but the essential part was completely vacant. Although her voice was the same, it was clearly different. Subaru, too long. In summary, Anastasia. It was fine to borrow her body, but I cannot get out. I see, this is scoffed Donovan on this occasion. He would put it as Eridna too, but he had never thought that Eridna was unrelated to Echidna. Yet in their interaction just now, he had sensed no clear traces of Echidna, even though the way she approached things in a roundabout manner was the same as the original. Subaru. For now, I'll try to listen to your story. Moving his back away from the door, Subaru positioned himself to talk with Eridna. Now that he had uncovered her identity, she could not leave him alive. It seemed safe to assume that the danger of her setting that sort of trap had passed. Subaru sat on the other side of the round table, facing Eridna. Subaru, to begin with, borrowing her body. What kind of situation is that? Anastasia. To put it simply, I overwrite my existence in Anna's ard, and I borrow her freely. That is the situation. In this state, I am able to control Anna's body at will, and I can also manipulate Anna's gate, which is defective from the start, and use magic that way. Subaru, what do you mean it is defective from the start? Anastasia, you are quite curious, aren't you? I understand the greed of wanting to know something, so I won't blame you, but wanting to know so much about another girl and another spirit, won't it make your Emilia Sama and your Beatrice jealous? Subaru, I don't need your concern. Even if they get jealous, they'd be cute anyways, so that's fine. Stop stretching things out and tell me. When Subaru tried to slam the round table with his fingers in displeasure, Eridna shrugged. Then she folded the removed scarf carefully and said, Anna is Anastasia, a girl who was born with a defective gait. I believe you already know that the gate is an organ that absorbs mana from the atmosphere and expels the mana from the body, but the ability to absorb mana is functioning in a deficient manner in Anastasia. She is someone who suffers from chronic mana deficiency. There is a person who has this defect of not being able to release mana, although you should already have an idea of who I am talking about. Subaru, I don't know if that's bad or not, and I don't know who you're referring to either. Anastasia. Oh, really? That is unexpected. By the way, the one with the deficiency of not being able to release mana is the descendant of the Sword Saint. Although in his case, the amount he absorbs is unusual, and it adds to his physical ability apparently, so there is no real harm. Subaru, Reinhard. Subaru raised his eyebrows in surprise at the words of Eridna. But on second thought, he also felt that Reinhard had said something like that somewhere before. Reinhard could not use magic, only in that aspect was he inferior. But instead, the power of his gate to absorb was strong, I see. So that was the reason why it was bad for him to approach spirits, including Beatrice. Subaru, well, even without magic, it's not that he doesn't have ways of attacking from a long distance to begin with. In his case, it wouldn't be surprising if he defeated his opponents with the pressure of his sword, so it doesn't seem like a disadvantage at all. But let's talk about Anastasia. Anastasia. I am not attempting to pull the wool over your eyes, but it is my habit to want to talk about what I know. So the conversation, right, it was about Anna's constitution. When it comes to Anna's gate, its function to draw in is underdeveloped and does not function properly. Therefore, she can only use magic by absorbing the mana that was initially in her body. In a situation in which she is exhausted, she would have to use her ard, which is the source of life. I cannot allow her to commit such madness, can I? That's why Anna cannot use magic. Subaru, but that you can use magic after borrowing her body makes no sense. The fact that the mana that originally was in her body was scarce doesn't change. Or is it that you can use minute amounts of mana? Anastasia. Subaru, don't be quiet, answer. Anastasia. I could not save her life in the first place without cutting down her life. I had no choice. However, the discussion between Anna and me on this matter is over. Someone like you, who has nothing to do with it, has no right to say anything about it. You would not wish me to say anything about your contract with Beatrice either, would you? She had hit the mark. Subaru and Beatrice's relationship, along with their contract, belonged only to them. He did not want others to intervene in that, and even if they did, he would reject them. If Anastasia and Eridna claimed the same condition, Subaru could not say anything. That was an absolute connection between the contractor and the spirit, one that must not be disturbed by others. Anastasia. On this occasion, I borrowed her body based on Anna's own will. It was an emergency after all. You know that a Sin Archbishop came to the city hall, right? To drive her away, it was necessary for Alkun and me to use all our strength. It was necessary to make a decision under pressure. Subaru. And what's that about you not being able to get out? Anastasia. Yes, that is the current problem. At Subaru's words of concern, Eridna clapped her hands and smiled. Although her appearance was that of Anastasia, her smile clearly showed that her contents were different. What a strange thing, Subaru thought, but he immediately put that sentiment behind. At last, their talk was about to cover the main question. In front of Subaru, Eridna touched Anastasia's thin chest. Anastasia, this is not the first time I have borrowed Anna's body this way. It has not occurred many times, though. Anna and I do not have a formal contract. That is also because of the problem with her gait. I did not wish to put a constant burden on Anna. Although even among spirits, I pride myself for being someone who consumes little energy. When it comes to just being there, I do not require mana from a contractor. Subaru, I see. My Biko wants to hold my hand 3 times a day. Anastasia, 2 of the times is just because she wants to take your hand, probably. It is all about intimacy, so about our talk, the occasions in which I borrowed Anna's body in such circumstances. At most, this must be the 4th or 5th time. My relationship with her has lasted for almost 11 years now, so it is rather unsurprising, is it not? Subaru, well, who knows? Considering that you say it's at a pace of once every 2 years, isn't that as low as the rate you catch flu at? Anastasia, so harsh. Eridna let out some stifled laughter. Her laughter was the same as that of the witch Subaru knew. In that moment, he became scared that Anastasia's figure seemed like a double of Echidna's. Echidna's existence had left a weight inside Subaru that would not disappear. If possible, he never wanted to see her again because of Beatrice. In addition to that, to learn that the real Anastasia had disappeared would hurt Julius quite a lot. He also wanted to avoid that. Subaru, then what happened? Echidna-san, who's as annoying as a flu. Anastasia. I do not know what that flu you're referring to is, but in any case, I do not have much experience. So without any precedent, I do not know why this happened either. I cannot separate my consciousness from Anna's body. As a result, Anna is sleeping deep within her Ard. Eridna spoke as she touched her chest, as if the Ard were inside her, and then she looked at the scarf lying limp on the round table. As long as Eridna's consciousness was inside of Anastasia, her scarf should truly just be a fox pelt. But Anastasia, I was able to do pretty well as a puppeteer in the conference room, wasn't I? Subaru, there were many people who were deceived by the impact of your appearance, though there were also several people besides me who thought it was strange, or so he thought. Perhaps only Subaru, who was familiar with artificial spirits, had felt that strange sensation. Subaru, even if they didn't notice it in that place, people deeply related to her will immediately realize that you're not Anastasia. Anastasia. And yet, only people with a superficial relationship like you and Alkun could tell. Does that not mean that my imitation of Anna went well? Subaru. Right now, Ricardo and the kittens are busy with their own problems. Julius, too. Anastasia. At those words, Eridna narrowed her eyes. In response to her reaction, Subaru made a suspicious face, but Eridna sighed immediately. Anastasia. After all, Julius is Anna's knight. From the flow of the conversation in the conference room, I thought it was most likely, but the authority of gluttony is terrifying. It could even steal my memories, and I am supposed to be an existence that's outside the norm. Subaru, what do you want to do with Anastasia? Anastasia. Subaru, on the question of whether or not you intended to hijack Anastasia's body, honestly, even if we talk about it, nothing can be done, so I won't hound you about it. I will say it clearly, even if you say it's not like that. I have no basis to believe you, but that she could not return Anastasia's body was unacceptable. For the finest of knights, it meant losing one of his hopes. The spiritual death of a candidate, he did not want to use that in the battle for the royal selection. Subaru, I won't give up on bringing that person back to normal, Echidna. Anastasia, you can rest assured. I am not so arrogant as to think that I can take over Anna's body and live in her place. Faced with an enraged Subaru who moved forward with determination, Eridna said that with pessimism. With a sad expression, she embraced Anastasia's small, thin body. Anastasia, you know, I like Anna. The more than 10 years I spent by her side without a contract were not mere observational cravings. I do not know if these are the right feelings, but I have feelings similar to that of a guardian or family. I am aware of that. If possible, I wish for her to be well, and more than anything, to be happy. Subaru. Eridna spoke fluently and indifferently as always, but as she spoke and touched Anastasia's delicate body in which she now found herself, in her appearance there seemed to be affection. Just as Puck felt love and affection for Emilia and Beatrice for Subaru, Eridna might feel the same for Anastasia. If so, Subaru. So that's your real reason for wanting to meet the sage. Anastasia. That is very perceptive of you. I do not care about the people that had their names eaten by gluttony. I only wish to learn a way to return this body back to Anna. That is why, for that, I will make use of you all as well. Subaru. Is there even a guarantee that the sage knows a way for that? Anastasia, there is no guarantee, but when it comes to the sage which is said to see everything and to know everything, there is a chance. I will wager that the chance that they can is the most likely, that is all. No words of immediate rebuttal came out from Subaru to Eridna's words, full of ironclad determination. Without a doubt, it was a terribly egocentric, selfish conclusion she had come to. However, Eridna was acting to attain her goal in her own Eridna-like way. Thus, what Subaru needed to confirm was Subaru. Do you really know a way of reaching the sage in the Pleiades watchtower? Anastasia, of course. Subaru, you ought to have a character description saying you have no memories of the past. Why does someone like you know a way to get to the watchtower that no one else knows? It makes no sense. Anastasia, I know only what I know. It is bothersome that you ask me for a basis for that, but this is how it is. If you want to adorn those words, then it is because getting there is fate, I guess. Subaru, fate. Fate decided by whom? Anastasia. My creator, perhaps. Eridna's reply was lofty, but as far as Subaru was concerned, it was the worst kind of reply. If the creator she spoke of was Echidna, then the one who had scorched the way to the watchtower into the spirit's memories could only have been Echidna. That meant that there was something related to Echidna in the Pleiades watchtower. For sure, that gave him a bad presentiment and a certain expectation towards the sage's knowledge. Anastasia, I wonder, did that convince you? Eridna inquired this of Subaru, who had remained silent, having come to that one conclusion. Whilst hesitating on whether to agree immediately, Subaru let out a long, deep sigh. Subaru, not that I'm extremely convinced, but at least I do understand. You have your own goals and things you need to do, and it doesn't interfere with our own goals. Anastasia, indeed, we both have things we want to ask to the sage. That is why we will cooperate in getting to them. There is nothing strange about that. Subaru, stop it. You became sketchy as soon as you said that. Anastasia, that is rather harsh. It seemed like he would go crazy if he kept talking with Eridna in Anastasia's form for any longer. In any case, they would end up having plenty of time to keep each other company whilst they headed off to the Pleiades watchtower. The Ogria Sand Dunes, where the watchtower was located, were at the eastern end of the world map. It was a long journey. Subaru, I'm slowly getting used to you, so give me a bit more time. Anastasia, it's alright, even if you don't like this. Really though, Natsuki-kun is too cold around such cute girls. You've hurt my feelings, geez. Wrapping the scarf around her neck, Eridna mimicked Anastasia's behavior. Indeed, it was a performance well done, but Subaru, your intonation of I is wrong. Also, your Kansai dialect is too smooth. Compared with the people that I know from Kararagi, it lacks authenticity. Anastasia, authenticity. It was an extremely small difference. Eridna rightfully croaked out those words to confirm what Subaru had told her, and eventually let out a sigh as if she had given up. From Subaru's side, there was nothing he needed to confirm to Eridna. And concerning the return of Anastasia's body back to the owner, that would depend on the sage of the Pleiades watchtower's attitude. However, Subaru, don't tell Julius or any of the others about the fact that you're borrowing Anastasia's body. Anastasia, I don't mind, but Natsuki-kun's request's unexpected. Subaru, I don't want to cause an unnecessary uproar in this situation that is already enough of a mess. Also, if they find out it was really you, and not Anastasia, who proposed this idea, Ricardo and some of the others may oppose it immediately. It'll be a bother for me, too, if we can't go to the watchtower, albeit the selfishness of it. There was a chance that Ricardo, Mimi, and the others would be anxious about Anastasia's body and stop her. In that case, they would be forced to give up their journey to the watchtower, even if it was an excellent solution to their problems. That would be a problem for Subaru and his group as well, as they wanted to save the victims of the authorities. Subaru, it would be great if the victims of gluttony, lust, and of course the issue with you and Anastasia could all be solved by the sage. If all goes well, then Ricardo and the others won't be able to complain afterwards. No, even if they do complain, I won't listen to them. Anastasia, like Hashin's saying, the account books are balanced in the end. Subaru, I agree with Hashin-san on that. As expected of Hashin, who may have originated from the same place as he did, he spoke finally. Subaru, well then. On that note, their discussion was over for now. In the worst case, if Eridna had intended to exploit Anastasia's body, there would have been the chance that a last battle in Prestella would have unfolded here. That such a thing did not happen made him relieved. It was for that reason alone that that question came at the time which Subaru had let his guard down. Anastasia. By the way, Natsuki-kun. Subaru, Subaru turned around just as he had put his hand on the door to try and leave the conference room. Still leaning on the round table chair, Eridna cutely tilted her head like Anastasia would towards Subaru. Anastasia, there's someone else, isn't there? Someone else who you want to ask the sage regarding a way of getting them back. Subaru, Anastasia. One way or another in Prestella there are people with similar symptoms, right? It'd be best to take about one person along who exhibits those symptoms so we can inquire on how to get them back to normal. With his hand still on the doorknob, Subaru's breathing froze. Eridna, in the end, continued to look on indifferently at Subaru, whose expression had stiffened, his eyes wide open. Anastasia, what would you like to do? This depends entirely on you, Natsuki-kun. Subaru, Anastasia. In any case, we're stopping by Margrave Mathers's mansion, right? If we don't prepare for the trek across the Augria sand dunes, we won't get the approval to be able to go to the watchtower. When we do that, your sleeping princess ought to be there. Subaru, Anastasia. I don't think it's a bad thing. We'll save everyone. It's just about who'll be the first amongst them. It'll be okay if Natsuki-kun allows this sort of luxury. Eridna's indifferent voice, for some reason, seemed like a terribly demonic temptation for Subaru. He understood what she was trying to say, and though, without a doubt, he wanted to follow up on what she had said, he was not able to reply back to her immediately. Surely that was because Subaru, HK. On hearing his name being called out, Subaru looked up in surprise. Emilia and Beatrice stood in front of Subaru, whose breath had caught inside his throat. The two of them widened their eyes at Subaru's reaction, and Emilia tilted her head and asked him, "What's the matter?" "Emilia, you said you would go and see Julia-san, you said that, but since you weren't at the hospital ward, I ended up getting worried. What have you been doing?" "Subaru, no, nothing really, with that guy. He was pulling such a long face that I couldn't bear to see him for long. So it wasn't a change of atmosphere, but a change of view." "Emilia, really?" "I think Julius has a handsome face, though, Subaru. Emilia Tan thinks that too." "Emilia, but Subaru's face is great too. I think it's a fine face. The kind where the more you look at it, the more you like it, or yeah, I think that sort of thing." "Subaru, that follow-up is so painful." Emilia fretfully corrected herself, but the way she had worded it was an issue too. With a bitter smile, Subaru dropped his shoulders. This time Beatrice, who stood silently by Emilia's side, had something on her mind. Beatrice kept looking behind Subaru, towards the shelter behind him, just as if she had an inkling about the conversation that had happened there. "Beatrice, Subaru, if you're going to do something dangerous, you should call Betty, I suppose. If I were to leave you alone and it got dangerous, Betty would be beside herself, in fact. Subaru, that's the same affection I always feel for you. Since you're so cute, I get uneasy thinking about how long it'll be before you're carried off by a kidnapper offering you some candy. Beatrice, Betty is not such a cheap-looking spirit, I suppose. Don't make fun of me, in fact." Getting rather angry, Beatrice approached him to slap him over and over again. As she did, Subaru hoisted Beatrice up into his arms, who let out a surprised FYI, and then walked towards Emilia. Beatrice, release me, put me down, I suppose. But put me down without scooting off, in fact. Subaru, that's pretty difficult, so you'll have to stay like this for now. Beatrice's body was light, but strangely warm. It was the prevailing view that children had higher body temperatures, but with Beatrice being a little girl, was she also like that, even though she was a spirit? Emilia, who was by his side, stared at Subaru's face from the side, who was smiling wryly in that manner. As she watched him with upturned eyes, Subaru asked her, "What's up?" "Subaru, is it so unusual that me and Biko are playing?" "Emilia, no. In this last year it's no longer unusual at all, but I think the current you is making a disconcerted face, one that was pretty unusual for this last year." "Subaru, is that so?" "Although I can't say that everything is you okay/you, most of the problems have been resolved. And for me now, my facial muscles have relaxed well enough, or so I think." "Emilia, if you say so, I'll believe you, but—" Emilia cast her long eyelashed eyes down at Subaru, who was molding his cheeks into shape as if they were like rubber. Then she slowly continued her words that she had cut off. "Emilia, when you decide what to do, absolutely let me know. And if you don't find the answer, make sure to consult with me no matter what, okay? It would be nice if you promised me just that." "Subaru, a promise, huh?" "Emilia, yes, a promise. Subaru's not good at keeping those. You're good at making them know." "Subaru, whoa, that's unusually venomous for Emilia-tan." He received a scathing evaluation from Emilia due to the results of his past promises up until now. Then Emilia, with a faint grin on her face, held out her pinky finger. Seeing that, Subaru instantly slung Beatrice across his shoulder and joined his own pinky finger with hers as Beatrice screamed out, "What are you doing, I suppose?" "Subaru, pinky promise, cross my heart and hope to die. Stick 1,000 needles in my eye." "Emilia, cross my heart and hope to die." 3. Their fingers separated from each other's. While sticking out her finger, Emilia grinned at Subaru. "Emilia, Subaru, how many needles will it be in total with this?" "Subaru, well, I don't think it reaches up to 10,000. "Emilia, in which case, make sure you really don't get up to 10,000 of them, okay?" Subaru replied with a curt, "Yeah," to Emilia's prayer-like words. With that answer, she would feel an absolute sense of security. Such a thing for Emilia would probably be impossible. She had not even planned to make the promise in the first place. That was why her promise now was a warning to Subaru. "Anastasia, it'll be okay if Natsuki-kun allows this sort of luxury." Eridna's final temptation floated back into his mind. Could Subaru allow this sort of luxury? Could he really allow it? Who would allow that to him? To him, who depended on such things? "Subaru, I will have an answer by the time I return to the mansion. I definitely will." Even so, that was what one would expect from someone who shared its name with that witch. In truth, taking advantage of the weakest parts in people was her forte. "Subaru, truly, how odious." "Beatrice, you said something right now, I suppose." "Subaru, no, with the way I am carrying you, I can touch or slap Biko's bum as much as I want." "Beatrice, Kaya, in fact. Let go of me, I suppose. Put me down, in fact. Slowly and gently, like you were admiring a flower, I suppose." "Subaru, ha ha ha." "Beatrice, stop slapping my buttocks whilst laughing, in fact." With Beatrice kicking up a fuss over his shoulder, Subaru set out after the slender back who had gone up ahead of him. Turning her face back every so often, Emilia seemed like she wished for them to join her. Although he had been blessed, although he had been saved. If only she were here, he thought, marveling at his own greed. The curtain fell on Natsuki Subaru's battle in the Watergate City. And now, it silently turned to the next story that led to the Tower of Sand. Translation notes. 1. Localization. Literally, echidna of the scoff. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. 2. Localization, and a punny one at that. This is written Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, where Chinese letter, read Iri, means scoff, and Japanese letter, is the donor part of echidna's name. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. 3. I've anglicized this part a bit more because pinky promises are slightly different in Japanese. In Japanese, the literal thing Subaru said was finger cut off, 10,000 fist punches, whoever lies has to swallow 1,000 needles. and Emilia replies with finger cut off. Obviously, this would sound like nonsense in English, hence the localization. Ah, Arc 5 is finally finished. With Chapter 81, Those Who Fill the Vessel of Greed, translated, we finally reached the conclusion of the fifth arc of Ray, starting life in another world from zero. At first, Arc 5 was translated by Summarianon, who has translated the fourth arc which is featured on our site. Then it was translated by Nanashi and Archbishop, and at last it was translated by Grace Tarperd and Archbishop. But even during this long ride, we finally reached the end of the stars what make history arc. We want to thank everyone who supported us throughout 2018 and 2019, especially during our times with DMCA/copyright problems in the beginning. We want to thank everyone who waited for our return during the times when we had to transfer our site and start anew. We want to thank those who have contributed in proofreading, helping us out with various Japanese-related questions, those who were formerly part of WCT, and those who were there for us in times of need. Special thanks to those who are supporting us on Patreon. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to purchase limited edition Ray, Zero content, or keep our content safe and secure on our website. Uffenprick, Andrew B., AzX, Bob M., Daniel P., James Y., Jaden H., Jose V., Long T., Nicholas G. Noir Nanak, Punisher 378, Rep Sharky, Roger Doja, Sunny Parks, Spencer Green, Tyler Camp, Narbidex. Thank you all so much for becoming our Patreon and having supported us throughout this journey. We love you. We still can't believe we've finished it. As of 2025, Arc 5 has been fully realigned, meaning we've given it a fresh coat of paint. Each of the chapters have been updated with our modern formatting standards and given an extra round of proofreading for your reading pleasure. We hope you enjoyed. Archbishop, what's next? Arc 6 it is, which cult translations already started working on the sixth arc last year, yet there are still some gaps to be filled so that the two parts of the arc bridge perfectly. Thus, we're glad to announce that we'll start working on the untranslated chapters of Arc 6. To start reading Arc 6, simply click here. Make sure to follow us on Twitter to keep you notified for announcements and updates. Kind regards, Grace Tarperd and Archbishop. Did you enjoy reading this translation of the Ray, Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 5, Interlude I, The Couple's Requirements. Original machine translation by Heretic Translations, proofread by Archbishop realigned by Archbishop. Garfield felt as though there were far too many unanswered questions. In his chest laid simultaneous feelings of satisfaction and unfulfillment. It was not in his nature to think. It would have been far better if he could move simply through instinct without a single, solidified thought in his mind. Perhaps this was Garfield's punishment for thinking too much. Korgan, magnificent. Garfield did not know how to respond to the legendary hero's final words. In the end, Garfield felt incomplete, as that moment had a sentimentality to it that made him want to cry. Garfield lightly kicked the ground, sending him sliding into a nearby collapsed building. Forcing his body to twist and turn, Garfield noticed that the building had already been thoroughly looted and ransacked. He could not recall this building being involved in the Battle of Prestella, which meant that this scene was, most likely, the result of pragmatic thieves taking advantage of the citizens' distress and confusion. Garfield, as expected, there's not much left of their smell left. Sniffling, Garfield looked around the room. Here and there were revolting traces, marks of blood and some damage to the walls, but strangely, neither vestiges of visceral scenes nor the pungent odor of blood remained. Garfield. Unable to find anything of significance, Garfield began to get up to leave, then stopped in his tracks. Off in a corner of the room, a small object had caught his eye. As he walked towards the object, he realized it was simply a small doll. It easily fit into the palm of his hand, yet the doll was, miraculously considering its location, neither dirty nor broken. Garfield picked up the doll, and while he was lightly dusting it off, he looked around for its owner, despite knowing full well that the owner should not be present. It was merely a doll, so even if it were missing, it would not make a difference. Garfield, TCH. Letting out a sound with his tongue, Garfield shoved the doll inside his pocket and left the building. He leapt out of a shattered window and nimbly descended to the ground, holding his fingers and feet against the wall of the building. Garfield, hey, I'm back. Really, bro, that's amazing. Noticing Garfield's descent via the side, several people gathered around him. They all had expressions of anxiety and anticipation on their faces, and he found it excruciating to not be able to answer any of their questions. Rescuer, bro, how was it inside? Garfield, sorry, but nothing to be found. There's no one left in there, and I couldn't find anything we were looking for. Rescuer, really? As he landed with knees bending, he replied to a person who had rushed to him. For a moment, the man frowned at Garfield's answer, but he quickly nodded with a reassured face. Rescuer. Well, the fact there was no one inside means that we can put this building aside and focus on other areas. Thanks for all your help, bro. The staircase collapsed, so we couldn't even check inside. Garfield. Standing by and watching. You guys do all that dangerous work's a no-go. Your guts to climb a wall with a rope are pretty admirable and all, but it's all for naught if you fall and go splat. Rescuer, that's what I'm talking about. You're a lifesaver. The man happily patted Garfield on the shoulder and raised his hand to say a final thank you before heading to the next building. Garfield watched as the man and a few collaborators headed off, pondering what he should do next. Then Garfield. What had caught Garfield's eye was a small figure looking up at the building he had just emerged from. A teary-eyed girl quietly held her mother's plump hand. When the mother told her daughter what was going on, she looked down towards the ground and shook her head over and over again. He did not know what they were talking about, but he knew that this environment was not safe for families. Garfield moved to try to convince them to leave the area, and then he suddenly realized something. Garfield, sniffing the air, he noticed something familiar. Garfield reached into his pocket for the doll he had just picked up from the building. He lifted it up and sniffed it, and sure enough, it held a faint resemblance to the scent in the air. Garfield, is this thing what you're looking for, perhaps? Little girl. Garfield walked up to the two and gently held out the doll. The girl, who was initially surprised at having been approached, opened her eyes wide upon noticing the doll. The girl's hands slowly reached out to grab the doll, and her crying intensified. Little girl's mother, thank you. My daughter had been looking for that doll. Garfield, you don't need to worry about it. My amazing self just happened to find it. The mother thanked him, and he shook his head, denying her praise. In fact, Garfield did not believe that he had done much at all. What was a happy event for the girl who was in search for her doll was a minor trifle when compared to the scale of human lives and human hearts. What was required of Garfield now was a larger role, and Garfield, I dunno what it is. Muttering, he absent-mindedly stroked the head of the girl holding the doll. He then lifted his palm from the little girl's head, who stared at him. Little girl, Garfield, it's nothing. Don't lose it again. Her luck was not going to last long enough for her to find it again. Thinking this, Garfield Tinsel gently smiled at the girl as if to show off his fangs. 3 days had already passed since the turmoil had ended in the Watergate city of Prestella. As a result of the witch cult's attack, the city had been left with many scars, both large and deep. These scars were caused by the authorities of the sin archbishops of lust and gluttony. The problem of the mutated residents and of the nameless people was a particularly large issue. The solution to this matter was expected to be found from the sage Shola. Garfield, who did not attend the meeting, was not certain about the details. He was sure that they would be able to find a way to make it work. However, he was moved by the mention of the sage, one of the 3 great heroes inscribed upon the history of the kingdom of Lugunica. It was Garfield's nature to want to know the stories of amazing people, be they legends, folklore, or heroes who had left their mark on history. Naturally, his knowledge included the 3 great heroes. He strongly admired the divine dragon, the sword saint, and the sage, but he was particularly conscious of his interest in the sage. This was because, of the 3 heroes, there was hardly any information available on Sage Shola. In the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, the existence of the divine dragon was revered and told as a popular fairy tale. The title of Sword Saint had been passed down for generations and remained a legend even in present times. Compared to those two, the stories surrounding the sage were lacking. What kind of appearance, what kind of origins, what kind of claims did they have to their name? Everything from their personality to their history was vague. It was public knowledge that they stayed in the Pleiades watchtower, wishing for world peace while watching over the witch's shrine. But Garfield was not sure of the truthfulness of those claims. So, of course, he would have offered to accompany them on the journey to visit the sage. There was no way Garfield would want to miss that kind of opportunity. However, considering the purpose of that journey, it was probably best for him not to express his interest in going. He would have asked Garfield to accompany him, if necessary, that much was certain. This time, however, Garfield could not think of partaking on that journey in the first place. That was, perhaps, because Garfield had too many regrets about this city. Garfield, the captain, must have been aware of my worries. His current task was to protect Otto while they both recovered from the injuries they suffered during the battles. Subaru, there's no guarantee that the Sin Archbishops won't come back to attack this city. If that happens, you'll be the only one strong enough to defend it. Subaru, don't force anything onto Otto, and don't do anything crazy with him either. It might be useless to say this, but Subaru, don't look so worried. Just wait for the good news. Well, I'll be off. Before leaving on his next journey, he had left those words behind for Garfield. As Garfield saw off Subaru and Emilia leaving the city, he pretended to be okay on the surface, but on the inside, his confidence had taken a great hit. In the end, for various reasons, it was decided that Garfield needed time to recover, and so he was left behind. If Subaru deemed it necessary, he would have brought Garfield, even if he were badly injured. Garfield held enough trust in Subaru to help him, even if he was in tatters and dying. It was a good thing that was not the case, because that would mean, Garfield, my amazing self's not gonna be of any use to you, Captain. It's gonna be rough. Natsuki Subaru, a master of psychological warfare in his own right, had seen through Garfield's guise. He belatedly realized that his innermost thoughts had been noticed. No wonder he had been left behind. Garfield. Well, what should I do? I just can't seem to find the answer. Garfield was aware that he was stamping his feet in frustration. He had a rough idea as to why he was doing it. However, Garfield was not aware of what the right thing to do was. That was why Garfield's legs remained immobile. Garfield. So, with that in mind, Garfield decided that the least he could do was help in the city's recovery. Both of Garfield's arms had been severely injured during his battle with Korgan. Luckily, they were showing signs of recovery, perhaps to a near-perfect state, thanks to his divine protection of Earth spirits and the application of his own healing magic. In his current condition, it was not possible for him to fight in an all-out battle, but it was possible for him to help clear debris and use his nimbleness to get to places others were not capable of reaching. However, Garfield knew that this was merely an act of escapism. As long as he moved his body, working for someone else, he would not have to realize that his feet were not moving. People would not think that he was standing in place. Garfield was doing this because he had noticed his weak self. What Garfield Tinzel did not know, in fact, was that Natsuki Subaru had realized some time ago that such acts were all in the name of covering up one's own weakness. Drawing a comparison to Natsuki Subaru, who had been aware of it and nevertheless turned away, Garfield was very much attempting to confront himself, all by his lonesome. He did not know that, without even a single word being spoken, Subaru had figured out that Garfield would overcome it. Garfield did not know, but... Oh, Garf. Awesome energy. Mimi loves high places, Garf. Subaru knew that there were many people who could make Garfield realize that too. That was why Garfield was not the stupid bastard he thought himself to be. Mimi, phew 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 fun, phew 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 fun. Garfield, you're in good spirits. Ha! As Mimi walked next to him, Garfield let out a sigh. Mimi had come to invite Garfield to lunch during the city's reconstruction efforts. Initially, what Garfield really wanted to do was to move his body to shake off his worries. But in the end, Garfield was forced to go along, as he was unable to think of an excuse to refuse the girl's pushy invitation. Mimi, you feel the same way, Garf. Mimi thought so too. But you know, both Hetero and Tivy can be so annoying when they're quiet. The captain's also missing a hand, so he's more of a vice-captain now. Hearing Garfield sigh, Mimi swooped in with a bright face. With her cat ears twitching, she stretched out her chest and thrusted out her fist with a shush. Garfield, don't get carried away so quickly. Mimi, fee you. With agile movement of her fists and waist, her nimbleness caused Garfield some apprehension. Mimi was lifted off the ground and started meowing like a cat. As soon as she made eye contact with Garfield, she began laughing with a joyful look on her face. Seeing the carefree look on Mimi's face, Garfield felt somewhat asinine for worrying about her. Garfield, I'm sure you're going through a lot of trouble, but you don't seem worn down at all. Mimi, Fufufu Tilda, Mimi can't show you any weakness. Mimi guesses that's what Mimi's selling point is. She's a tough GL Tilda. Did you fall in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield ain't fallen in love. Mimi, is that Sue? Mimi swayed back and forth without showing any disappointment. She was not very heavy, but it would not be a good idea to keep swinging her around in case it became too violent in addition. With Mimi's hand in his own, Garfield walked towards the eatery he had been assigned to. Incidentally, Kiritaka had guaranteed food and shelter to those who had helped protect the city. However, since there was a shortage of manpower and goods in many parts of the city, Garfield did not intend to take advantage of his graciousness. It was what Subaru would often dub as a win-win situation. Garfield, hey midget, how's your stomach? Mimi, Tilda, Mimi's hungry. Kamekamekameian, let's eat. Garfield, not your appetite, your wounds. Mimi, oh Tilda, that's it. Yeah, maybe they're feeling good. Mimi's wounds are nothing to worry about. But Etaro and Tivy don't feel all right, Tilda. Mimi's wounds were quite tiring, so the two of them can't be helped. Crossing her short arms, Mimi nodded with a huff and a snort. During battle, Mimi had shielded Garfield, and as a consequence suffered a deep and incredibly dangerous injury. A serious, life-threatening wound had been carved on her body, one that even healing magic could never seal. That which had kept Mimi barely alive had been her two younger brothers, who, together with Mimi, were triplets. Due to the effect of the divine protection of trisection, in which the siblings would share their wounds and fatigue, the two brothers took on the burden of the older sister, and the three of them survived despite the extreme exhaustion. After that, it was just a matter of resting and waiting for healing magic to take its course. It was ironic, however, that the sister of the three siblings recovered much faster than her two younger brothers. It was terrible of their sister to appraise them like that, after all they had done. Garfield, your brothers don't deserve that either. You should be more grateful, don't you think? Mimi, I understand that too, Tilda. I know what Garf wants to say, but Mimi's still the older sister. Hetaro and Tivy need to be angry at here, Tilda. Garfield, ah. Mimi's so happy, but Mimi doesn't want both of them to die because of her. Life's important, very important. Those two lives are special, so don't waste your money on Mimi. The lady said she couldn't waste her money, Tilda. Garfield. While in Garfield's grasp, Mimi wagged her tail in order to balance. The girl crossed her arms and made an unusually difficult face. Garfield, in turn, rolled his eyes at the girl's words. He was expecting another incomprehensible theory to pop up. Garfield, surprisingly, you're thinking straight. Mimi, naturally, gorgeous Mimi's smart, brave, the superior article. Did you fall in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield ain't fallen in love. Mimi, awe, disappointing. While being shaken, Mimi giggled at Garfield's answer. Faced with such an open-minded smile, Garfield scratched his cheek and sighed. Garfield, but then you couldn't say the same thing to your younger brothers. Mimi, Garfield, if my sister was dying, and the means to save her were there, I'd try, so that she could get angry later. Mimi, Of course, Garfield understood Mimi's reasoning. If someone you loved risked their life to save you, it would be a joyful thing, yet terrible at the same time. Garfield could not say that he wanted his loved ones to die for him. Garfield had a feeling he would never be able to say that, even if it took him the rest of his life. He suddenly wondered what Ram would do. Garfield believed Ram would accept the idea of dying with or for the person she loved. The person she was looking towards was that bastard, though, which inevitably meant that the other party in the arrangement would be that bastard. Mimi, But they're still dummies, Tilda. After all, Mimi's very angry. It's decided. Garfield, really? Mimi, don't say thank you and be peshy about it. Mimi's sure Hetaro and Tivy know that Mimi would say that, so if they know that and still did it, then Mimi's sorry. Mimi can't help it that they love her so much. Garfield. Mimi, maybe dying together means you want to live together, right? So if that's the case, your sister will just be your sister, and Hetaro and Tivy are just going to be Hetaro and Tivy. Clearly, Mimi had found her answer to the devotion of her two younger brothers. It was an answer that seemed rather simple, so much that it might seem unaffectionate, but it still resonated within Garfield. As if a finger had been mindlessly thrust into the labyrinth of his heart and prodded around, he felt a disgusting feeling forming in his chest. It was very much like that which had settled deep inside him, was once again spreading throughout his body. Garfield. Then, Garfield tried to use words to best address this feeling that was building up inside him. Glaring at the dangling Mimi, Garfield bit down on his regenerated sharp teeth. Garfield. Then why did you protect me back then? You got injured. You could have died. To be struck like that, to be hurt in such a way, so much that she might have died. How could she have done that when his own mind was scrambled by the powerful events that had taken place? Why would she do that for Garfield, a stranger whom she had met only a few days previously, if she was angry that her two brothers would do the same thing for her? Garfield did not possess the words to express his thanks to Mimi for saving his life. Mimi, well, that's because Mimi's in love with Garf. Mimi's so embarrassed. Garfield, it's only been a few days, right? At Mimi's words, Garfield bit his lower lip as Mimi stroked her head in embarrassment. Yes, only a few days had passed. There was no need for Garfield to take Mimi's love declaration seriously. How Garfield would respond to this confession was not important. What was important was the strength and depth of those feelings. Only a few days had passed, so what? He had been thinking about Ram for 7 years, about half his life. That was how long he had been in love with that girl. For all those years that he had been in love with her, he had been rebuked by her, but he had never given up on her. He wanted her, he pined for her, he expressed his love for her in word and deed both. That was why, Garfield, you've only known me for a short while, so why did you risk your life for me? Even though Mimi's two younger brothers loved her so much that they risked their lives for her own, how could Mimi direct such love towards Garfield? Mimi, it's like Roshi used to say, Garfield. Ha, Mimi, pair of jokers. One Garfield raised an eyebrow in suspicion at the unfamiliar words. Mimi suddenly turned around and let go of Garfield's hand, then landed on the ground. Rolling forwards and leaping in front of Garfield, she then pointed at him with both of her hands. And then Mimi. The pair will be together for years, decades, even centuries, right? Garfield, hundreds of years is too special of an example, Mimi. If the thought is eternity, hundreds of years will be nothing. Although they'll be together for a long time, they'll probably have lots of fights over food, right? Garfield. The scale of their disagreement felt small, but Garfield listened quietly. He did not want her to get too excited and open her wounds. He would let Mimi do what she wanted to do, and then Garfield could try to calm her down. Mimi, wouldn't it be nice to have a partner who would enjoy fighting? It's also said that you can usually tell who you should be with at first sight. Garfield, you can tell at a glance, Mimi. Mimi, when she took a glance at Garf, she got thinking. The fact we just got together is like a margin of error, for if we've been together for hundreds of years, right? It's forward advance. Yeah, just like the lady told me about. Advance, and then collecting interest. Garfield. Garfield was taken aback by Mimi's heart-pounding words. He did not know what she meant by advance or collecting with interest. What did it mean? Like borrowing on a bond with a partner that would last hundreds of years. Was that the reason why she had done what she had? Was that her argument, Garfield? But you could have died. Mimi, tilde. Garfield, if you're dead, I don't owe you anything. And yet, Mimi, and tilde. Garf is your head akare tilde. As Garfield painfully stuttered, Mimi tapped his head with her finger. Garfield was astonished to be told this by someone he would prefer not to tell him this if possible. Mimi then crossed her arms, and Mimi, if we could have died together, doesn't that mean we could live Toadsia tilde? Mimi and Garf are both alive, so why are you complaining about it tilde? Going bald tilde, Garfield. Mimi, oh, Garf, did you just laugh? Hey tilde, did you low tilde? In Mimi's round eyes, she could see Garfield's fangs click. The interval between the clicking of Garfield's fangs gradually narrowed, and the clicking soon turned into laughter. Mimi, oh, Garf has a big smile. What's funny? Garfield, oh, you're funny. Ah, shit, damn it. Mimi is. Well, Mimi doesn't blame you. The lady usually says that when Mimi's around, there's no choice but to low or tilde. Mimi's attitude of not understanding caused Garfield to laugh more and more. No, it was not Mimi who didn't understand. It was Garfield himself who didn't understand. It was probably the most important thing to Mimi, but she just was unable to put it into words. What was clear to Mimi was not so clear to Garfield. Maybe that was why, right now, Garfield was so frustrated. Garfield. But you know what? The reason your two brothers risk their lives for you is because they want to live together with you, yeah. Mimi's fine. Hetero and Tivy aren't fine. That's what I'm saying, Tilda. Garfield, what do you mean? Mimi, who wielded the jurisdiction that came with being a sister, never stopped smiling until the bitter end. Looking back on it, Garfield felt that Frederica on occasion had also been reckless with her position as his sister. Well, that was only natural. A sister was forced to love her brother. Mimi, Tilda Garf, you're looking good now. Mimi will compliment you. Garfield, yeah. Mimi, did you fall in love with Mimi after she complimented you? Did you fall in love? Garfield, ain't fallen in love. Mimi, is that Sue Tilda? But Mimi's in love, rest assured. Garfield, oh, thank you. Mimi lined up next to Garfield as they walked, smiling as if she were about to pounce on him. When Garfield stroked her head, Mimi's tail twitched and began to sway happily from side to side. So far, Garfield was not convinced by Mimi's attitude about the consequences of her self-sacrifice. Garfield's convictions and Mimi's convictions were far too different to have a consensus. However, Mimi was already convinced, at least judging from her words. Garfield's answer had yet to resolve any of the lingering questions that appeared as ripples in the Watergate city. However, Garfield now felt as if a ray of light now existed, the light that illuminated the path to the answer that Garfield sought. Mimi, we've arrived at the diner. Garf. Mimi, Kamekamakameu and Tilda. Garfield, hey, don't open your wounds back up. Mimi quickly rushed into the building and Garfield followed her in dismay. The dining space was not very large, but at the moment it was packed with people involved in the reconstruction process. Since it was lunchtime, it was hard to find a vacant seat. Mimi, Garf, over here, this spot's empty. Can we share this table, please, Tilda? 2. Share this table. Ah, you're sharing the table. I understand. Mimi, who ran around the store energetically, had quickly secured a seat for 2 people. As Garfield headed to the back of the store, he saw that 2 of the 4 seats at a table were empty. Seeing Mimi sitting down with her tail wagging, Garfield also arrived at the seat. He then attempted to warn the people sitting in front of him, as a noisy Mimi would probably annoy them. Garfield, oh, this is an odd coincidence, Garfield Ono. Garfield came face to face with a gray-haired old man, Wilhelm, seated opposite of him. Facing the quiet eyes of the old swordsman, Garfield gasped faintly. Many of Garfield Tinsel's regrets remained in the Watergate city. The second of the solutions, and an encounter that was not unrelated, occurred here. Translation notes. 1. Literally, the katakana for jokers, Japanese letter, is used. However, there is also Chinese letter, meaning requirement, which is pronounced identically. 2. Her line is Japanese letter, but the correct way to write this is Chinese letter, meaning sharing a table with someone you don't know. They're pronounced similarly, however. And yes, the verb's that specific. Arc 5, Interlude Roman 2, Unfulfilled Talent. Original machine translation by Heretic Translations proofread by Archbishop realigned by Archbishop. The menu being served in the diner was so big that it was hard to imagine that the entire city was currently rebuilding from an attack by several Sin archbishops. Incidentally, the same went for the food at the healing facilities. The wide variety of food listed made Garfield's stomach grumble with anticipation. That was great for the still-growing Garfield's sizable appetite, but it also made him question. In their situation, was such a luxury allowed? Wilhelm. Even though most of the city's faculties have been halted in some way, aside from some human casualties and the collapse of a few buildings, the scope of the damage is limited. The inhabitants' hearts would succumb before full reconstruction if a quality of life decrease were to happen because of this terrible situation. This is what seems to have been Mr. Kiritaka's thoughts. So Wilhelm spoke to Garfield, who had raised his eyebrows in response to the food that had been brought to them. They happened to be sharing a table at the diner, eating quietly, face to face. The old swordsman's words made Garfield's eyes widen as the latter pictured the thin man in his head. If Garfield was to be honest, he didn't think much of Kiritaka. However, he had heard of all the hard work that he had put in protecting the city during the witch cults their attack. It had not been seen, but he was a person who probably had worked hard. That was why Kiritaka seemed to have something in common with Subaru, in that their normal behavior and their attitude in times of emergency had stark contrasts. Ergo, he felt a lump. Mimi. MMMM tilde. Yummy, yummy. Mimi thinks that it's great that the food tastes tilde good because that means you'll feel happy. Free food is the best food, that's what the lady said. Garfield, good thing you're energetic. Your manners so respectful and proper. I should get you to help me with M later. Next to Garfield, Mimi was smiling and spoke just before she began eating. Surprisingly, Mimi seemed to be well versed in eating etiquette, knowing how to properly handle eating utensils. Wilhelm, Garfield don't know you. Garfield, don't expect too much from me. Been trying to fix a few things my sister told me to in the last year. Wilhelm, to strive for it is the correct choice, as long as you continue attempting until it bears fruit. He nodded, and witnessing the fruits of Garfield's labor, he also appended the second half of his words. In his hands, the knife and fork were being held in an incredibly shoddy manner. That had not bothered him back when he was living at the sanctuary, but in the past year of living in the Roswell mansion, Garfield had grown ashamed of his whole life. Table manners were not the only thing he was working to correct. There were several other aspects as well. However, it was difficult for him to say that he had succeeded in correcting many of them. Garfield, it's true that it's lacking in comparison to the midget here. Mimi. Mimi's been doing this since she was a little girl. Both the lady and the captain really love eating. Thanks to that I became very good. One, Garfield. All the others in our lot are real proper, ain't they? Not only those who had to study proper etiquette, but the captain and Atabra are great at it too. Because of their position, it made perfect sense that everyone from the Roswell mansion, including Roswell himself, had mastered their formality and neatness. Despite their origins, Emilia and Beatrice were adept at it as well. It seemed like it was easy to learn with proper practice. But in that case, how did Subaru and Otto get so good at it? You could say that Otto would have learned it, being from a respected family of merchants, but Subaru was a complete mystery. Then again, Subaru was known to have learned many random skills, so that made a modicum of sense. Garfield, I think the captain bastard be able to eat the rice with these two sticks, though. What do you call claw sticks, was it? Mimi, klopsticks tilde, and they're really difficult. Everyone in Kararagi uses them, but Mimi can't handle them properly since Mimi's hands are too small. 2. Wilhelm, chopsticks, how nostalgic. It is true that they are tricky to handle. Even Wilhelm acknowledged the high level of difficulty of using this mysterious tool, the chopsticks. From Garfield's point of view, it was amazing that Subaru was able to use these to bring food towards his mouth. Ram, too. Albeit in her case, it was probably because she had always been unusually perceptive at these things. Garfield, Wilhelm Gerson ain't very good with chopsticks either. Wilhelm, I have been to Kararagi a few times, so I have attempted to use them at those opportunities. However, I believe it is a rather difficult tool for everyday use. Garfield, to Kararagi, Wilhelm. Yes, a few times, such as when I was chasing down the white whale. Garfield. Wilhelm narrowed his eyes in nostalgia, and Garfield was at a loss for words. Albeit he grasped only the broad strokes of the story, and was not sure about the details. Garfield did indeed know about the connection between Wilhelm and the white whale, one of the 3 great witch beasts. On the surface, the elder had traveled to several countries in pursuit of clues to avenge the death of the sword saint of the previous generation. After having overcome years of hardship, Wilhelm had finally been able to defeat the white whale. However, the old swordsman, who had supposedly accomplished his revenge, encountered his wife whose soul had seemingly been brought back and crossed swords with her. Wilhelm, was the use of chopsticks the only thing you wanted to ask me about, Garfield Ono? Garfield, Wilhelm. Of course there are some things I cannot tell you, but I owe you a great debt for yielding me the chance to face my wife. If there is anything this old man is able to answer, I will do so. Garfield. Regarding his wife, Wilhelm stated assertively. By now, it was well known that the 2 dead people who had joined the witch cult were the previous sword saint and Korgan the 8 Arms. Unquenchable rage flared at the thought of those deeds of mistreating the dead, but that feeling was set aside for the time being. If there was one thing he had to ask, that would be, Garfield, are you sure that what my amazing self fought was really Korgan the 8 Arms? Wilhelm, and what do you mean? Garfield, Well, couldn't it be some other guy who looked like him? If not, then what? Wilhelm, you are saying something does not seem right. I see, I understand. Wilhelm nodded at Garfield's mumbled, clumsy words. Halting his meal, his piercing blue eyes looked directly at the young boy in front of him. Wilhelm, does the fact that you managed to win make you doubt yourself? Garfield, my amazing self's the strongest. I've trained to be the strongest, ain't gonna stop now. That's what needs to be done, that's what my amazing self's gotta do for the captain. But it's not like this. The peak my amazing self's looking at ain't this. The hero, the god of war, Korgan the Eight Arms. A legendary being, the strongest and most powerful of the multi-armed tribe, he was a legend in the sacred Valatian Empire. During the battle, there had been many times where Garfield had thought he was sure to lose, where he had thought he was about to die, only to survive by the skin of his teeth. He had challenged Korgan to a one-on-one battle and had throttled his neck. Garfield agreed that coming out of the fight alive was a great achievement. Because of this, the people surrounding him had a favorable opinion. Even by a Sin archbishop, his oppressive strength could not be ignored. Defeating him single-handedly had undoubtedly been his contribution to the defense of the city. But Garfield's conviction and what had actually happened did not match together in his mind. Garfield, Wilhelm Gierson, the sword demon Wilhelm knows firsthand how it's like to fight Korgan the Eight Arms. What did you think of it, old man? Was that the real deal? Wilhelm. With a look as if he were clinging onto something, Garfield chose to rely on Wilhelm's memories. Garfield was not sure of what answer he wished to hear. Would he be satisfied if Wilhelm denied that he was wrong? But even if Wilhelm denied the fact that Garfield was wrong, would he still be able to believe that denial? Wilhelm. Indeed, it is true that nearly 30 years ago, I became acquainted with Korgan. We fought each other a total of 4 times. I chopped off his arms, and he slashed my guts. You could say it was a relationship based on piling up life-or-death battles. Not long ago, the relationship between the Kingdom of Lugunica and the sacred Valatia Empire had been at its worst in hundreds of years, and a fierce clash took place in a city near the border. To avoid the intervention of the divine dragon, Valatia had invaded a city only using a small number of troops. Wilhelm, the commander of the royal guards at the time, had been the one to fight them at the time. The fight that followed had been a fair one, with both sides fighting each other to a standstill. It was said that after 4 battles between the two forces, the dispute was settled with the retreat of the Valatian party. Wilhelm, it was a good fight, with 8 arms and 4 demon cleavers, attacking and defending against all 8 attacks in one blow was a matter of life and death. Garfield, aye, that's how it went. In fact, almost died to it. Wilhelm, it was one move against 8 of them. So I had to choose whether to reduce the number of moves available to him first, or to deal a fatal blow with my one move, all while evading all 8 of his attacks. Garfield, oi, not asking for a lecture on how to beat him. Garfield would have been interested in a discussion about tactics, but now was not the time. Right now, he was more interested about the answer to his question. At Garfield's words, Wilhelm shook his head horizontally, prefacing with, I apologize, Wilhelm. As you get older, one cannot help but reminisce over past memories. Especially in the past few days, I have found myself doing so very often. Garfield, don't like looking at the past myself. Can't speak for others, though. Wilhelm, rather than gazing at your back, it is more like looking back at your footprints to see how you have ended up in your current position. However, I do agree it makes me seem emotional. But more importantly, you were asking about Korgan. Wilhelm's face turned serious when the turn came to answer Garfield's question. From the look in the young warrior's eyes, the old swordsman could see the worries that troubled him. It was completely natural, as hesitation and worry were walls that all combatants would encounter at least once. And the answer to that problem was Garfield. Wilhelm, my apologies, but I did not exchange words with Korgan during our battle the other day. It was probably him, but I could not afford to let my attention waver during my own fight. Therefore, I do not possess enough evidence to say with full confidently that the one Garfield Donor fought was really Korgan the Eight Arms. Garfield, no evidence. Wilhelm, the answer should be exactly as you feel, Garfield Donor. But I do understand why you might be dissatisfied with it. Because of this, I shall tell you my personal opinion. The two we faced, both my wife and Korgan, were not really those two people. As Garfield raised an eyebrow, Wilhelm let out a long sigh. The subject at hand was too heavy to end without a clear explanation. Noticing the confused look on Garfield's face, Wilhelm prefaced with "May I?" Before continuing his statement, Wilhelm, there is no doubt in my mind that what we fought were corpses that the witch cult shamelessly defiled, having been made into their puppets. However, I believe that in their last moments they were able to regain control of themselves and truthfully speak their minds. Garfield, in his final moments, or rather, when the battle had been settled. After all his 8 moves had been evaded, Korgan had been dealt a fatal wound from Garfield's fangs, and so arrived his end. The words that Korgan had uttered right before disappearing still lingered in his ears. Korgan. Magnificent. Leaving merely a single word, the god of war then turned to ash and was scattered by the wind. At that time, in the moment of victory, in his mind there had only been the joy of being recognized by a legend. However, as time passed, negative thoughts had begun bubbling up. How had he been able to defeat the legendary god of war so easily, when he himself had yet to reach his full potential, had yet to face the tiger that laid inside of him? Sure, it had been an extreme situation. He had staked his life. Behind his back, there had been his younger siblings, with whom he had not exchanged nearly enough words. Was that the only reason why he had been the victor? Wilhelm. Kurgan was a very quiet man. It would not surprise me if, even in his last moments, he had not been willing to leave more than a few words. Garfield. Oh, there was one word. He told my amazing self one word. Wilhelm. Then do not tell us that one word. It was the commend of Korgan the 8 Arms to the warrior who bested him in battle. It is something not to be shared with those uninvolved in the battle. Garfield. When Wilhelm cut him off, Garfield held his tongue. Praise coming from a guard to a warrior. Was he worthy of it? Garfield, don't get it. Wilhelm, Garfield, those two weren't really those two. Ain't in the mood for riddles, tell me. I dunno what you're thinking. Wilhelm. Garfield voiced his displeasure, his tone becoming raspy. He was fully aware that he was being rude. Behind Wilhelm's eyes there was the slightest change of emotions. Garfield leaned forward as a means to get the other to reveal the answer to his own troubles. But Mimi, Garf, you're being a bad boy. Garfield, ah. Mimi, Oji-san, didn't that make you feel lonely? So Mimi thinks it's a bad idea to be so pushy. Also, the look in Garf's eyes looks super tilde bad too. That's not good. 3. Mimi, who was sitting next to Garfield, jabbed her finger into his side. Being poked by the touch of her finger, Garfield raised an eyebrow, wondering what it was all about, then quickly came to his senses. Garfield. Wilhelm's eyes were full of kindness as he watched Mimi's antics, the same expression that he had shared with Garfield just a few moments ago, and there was something more to it. Only then did Garfield realize how he had unknowingly and unreservedly gouged Wilhelm's wounds. Garfield, sorry, was only thinking about myself. Apologizing, he bowed his head. Wilhelm had had an unexpected reunion with his supposedly deceased wife, which had ended with swords. The sword demon then exchanged his last farewells, and devoid of consideration for his spirit, violent, selfish words were piled upon him. To the boy bowing in front of him in shame, Wilhelm shook his head. Wilhelm, no, I am very much in the wrong for being pretentious. At your age, it is only natural to display such rashness for an answer. I would have done the same. But as we get older, we tend to forget that. Garfield, can't even imagine Wilhelm Gierson acting like that. Wilhelm, it is not so strange. It pains me to say this, but I was more impatient and foolish than most young men of the time. After the old man's calm demeanor and consolation was presented to him, Garfield still felt bad. The sword demon was famous for his deadly skill with the sword, yet there had never been any talk of him having a vicious personality. The reason Garfield had started his self-reflection was because of the elder's kindness. Anyhow, Wilhelm, they were both themselves, and yet they were not. I am not trying to make this a riddle nor being evasive. It is exactly as stated. Garfield, exactly as stated, not sure if I'm getting it. Wilhelm, in his last moments, while on the verge of death, it is certain that his own will return. But before that, those wicked scoundrels were using him as a puppet, and so he was not able to exercise the full extent of his swordsmanship. Garfield, Wilhelm. In other words, neither the sword saint of the previous generations nor Korgan the 8 Arms possessed the level of ability they originally did. Wilhelm told the speechless Garfield his observations, that his opponent had not shown his full strength, albeit he himself had battled with such brutality, was not an assertion that he could just accept. With his life on the line, he had won in a fight of life or death. However, it was the answer he was looking for, because the question on his mind was whether he had been an opponent that required him to put his life at stake to defeat. There was that, but Wilhelm. If I had faced my wife in her prime as I am now, I would have been defeated within the first few strikes of her blade. I was only able to finally best her by throwing away everything else except the blade, while in my prime. It is impossible that was its level. Garfield, if the same applied to both, then. Wilhelm, Kurgan's skills were degraded compared to their previous state, merely a shadow of his former self. I apologize for saying this, but I believe that, had your opponent been the real Eight Arms, it would be unthinkable that you would not have been reduced to a corpse on the ground. He was quite the fighter. Garfield, oh, so my amazing selves. Wilhelm, do not be so prideful, young man. Immediately after, Garfield's hair stood on end with the realization of a stinging battle aura, and he instinctively kicked his chair away and jumped back to the entrance of the diner. With the other people in the dining hall startled because of the sudden situation, only the figure of Garfield was different, as he stood on all fours and breathed heavily. Meanwhile, Wilhelm and Mimi were still seated as if everything were normal. Garfield, ha ha. Wilhelm, I have the impression that Garfield Ono has a large vessel, but it has yet to be filled. Although I am already in the realm of antiques, I can still recognize a real deal when I come across one. If a part of it can be felt now, then it means it shall be worth the effort. 4. Having said that, Wilhelm stood up and wiped his mouth. His plate had been emptied, and his demeanor showed that he had said what needed to be said. If there was still something missing, it was not on Wilhelm's part. The missing part was in Garfield's heart, and because part of the vessel darned a hole, the conviction it possessed was now spilling out. Wilhelm, that conviction is what you require to become even stronger. Do not lose sight of it. Garfield, gonna keep that in mind here, quite the bad person, huh? Wilhelm, we are not exactly of the same faction, you know. There should be some level of caution. But Wilhelm, who had finished his meal and was getting ready to leave, looked at Mimi and stopped mid-sentence. Mimi was humming happily while stealing her favorite pieces of food from Garfield's plate and continuing to eat. That Mimi then noticed Wilhelm's gaze. Mimi, HMMMM tilde. What is it, Ogi-san? Wilhelm, it is amazing that you were capable of seeing through the hostility of a battle aura in a split second's time. Mimi, Ogi-san doesn't have any reason to be bad to Mimi or her friends, though. Wilhelm, you have a good eye. With you by my side, straying from the beaten path would not be a worry. Nodding to Mimi, who answered as though it was obvious, Wilhelm then turned his focus to Garfield. While heading to the eatery's exit, the elder swordsman indicated Mimi with his hand. Wilhelm, you would be wise to care for her, as the opposite gender will become a treasure later on in life. Garfield, HK, what's Witcher? My amazing self-s already in love with someone else. Wilhelm, whatever you choose to do your best to not get lost along the way, lest you end up much like this rotting demon. Having said his final words, Wilhelm walked out of the dining room. Watching while unable to say anything back, Garfield clicked his fangs in annoyance. He walked back to his seat, then gobbled up the remaining food in one go. Mimi, oh Garf, that's bad manners. 5. Garfield, don't want to hear that from someone who was stealing food from others' plates a second ago. Ah shit, even more pissed now than I was before like this. Rather than feeling the release of his doubts, he only felt more and more troubled. The path ahead had been illuminated, but the guidance had been so difficult to understand that Garfield was still unable to piece together the clues. It was a frustrating feeling to be just one step short of being convinced of his own strength, despite having all that was necessary. Garfield, damn it, what should be done now? Mimi, Garf, are you bothered? What's bothering you? Touching the white scar on his forehead, Garfield blurted out his thoughts, putting a concerned expression on Mimi's food-stained face. The girl delicately wiped her stained mouth with her sleeve. Mimi, if something bothers you, talk. Mimi will give you the answer. Garfield, my amazing self's not sure on what the hell he's supposed to do now. Mimi, when you're done eating, you should take the plates off the table. Here. Garfield, that's not really what I was talking about. Having said that, they both took their empty dishes to the kitchen and left the diner. Their stomachs had been filled. So should they continue working on the city's reconstruction during the afternoon? If working meant he would be able to avoid thinking about it, he would do it. Garfield, my belly's all full. Should we continue the reconstruction in afternoon? My amazing self can't imagine working feeling like this. Mimi, all right, Tilda, let's go, Tilda Garf. Garfield, you're quite the energetic gal, aren't you? So where are we going? Mimi, it's obvious Tilda to Garf's brother, siblings, and mother's house. Garfield. Garfield had been walking behind Mimi's leisurely gait, but when his brain processed what the small girl had said, he stopped dead in his tracks. His fangs gnashed together, and Garfield's eyes widened as he turned his head away. He struggled to keep his inner thoughts from being laid bare on his face as much as possible. Garfield, what you say? Mimi, right now, Mimi's going to Garf's family. That's what Garf needs right now. Suddenly, Mimi puffed out her small chest and raised her tail. Then she pointed to the surprised Garfield and exclaimed, Mimi, talking with your family is beast tilde. That was Roshi's lesson. Translation notes. 1. Her line is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. But the correct way to write this is Chinese letter, meaning skilled good at. They're pronounced similarly, however. 2. So difficult that both Garfield and Mimi mispronounce it. They're written Japanese letter, pronounced hashi, not Japanese letter, hashido, nor Japanese letter, hashina. 3. She uses Japanese letter, pronounced sabashizo. But the correct way to write this is Japanese letter, pronounced sabasha, meaning lonely. 4. A bit of a pun because Chinese letter can mean both vessel, ability, and capacity. 5. She uses Japanese letter, pronounced agiogi. But the correct way to write this is Chinese letter, pronounced gaju, which means manners. Arc 5, Interlude Roman 3, Name of Warmth. Original machine translation by. Heretic translations proofread by. Archbishop realigned by. Archbishop. No matter what, in the end, his nature had not been corrected. Even if he knew a problem stood in front of him, he would shy away from it. Even if he knew a solution existed, because he was aware it would be accompanied by pain, he would shy away from it. Garfield wondered if he was facing the same problem he had encountered in Sanctuary, if he was still the same person as back then. Had he really changed at all, compared to those times he spent confidently boasting inside the confinements of his old home? Ah, gorgeous tiger. Garfield. Oi, that's dangerous. The boy's expression lit up upon laying his gaze on Garfield, who was visiting his home. As the boy ran up to him with all his might, Garfield simultaneously felt a sense of danger and relief at his sudden appearance. Garfield, don't want you falling and hurting yourself. If you fall down and get hurt, you will look like an idiot. Mimi, oh Tilda, it hurts when you fall, doesn't it? Mimi used to fall down when she was a little girl too, and as soon as Mimi did, Hetero looked like he was in pain. But Mimi was fine. Strange. Mimi laughed innocently, but that her younger brother had taken on her pain and wounds was a no-brainer. As a result of being overly pampered, someone clumsy even after growing up, or that is, a careless sister was created. Regardless, Garfield, things settled down at home since then. Fred, yes, it's okay. Mom and Nichan have calmed down too, haven't they? Garfield, that's right. Patting the boy's head, the one who was presumably his brother, Garfield looked up at the large mansion. For Garfield, it was a place that brought mixed emotions alongside. In the Thompson mansion, the family's mainstay, Gek Thompson, was long absent. It would have been a relief, were he merely working at the city hall, too busy with the reconstruction efforts to go home. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Gek Thompson had lost his human body, his appearance now mutated into that of a black dragon. That fact had already been confirmed by Garfield himself. Although Gek was now a dragon, he was still capable of speech, as his vocal organs were still intact. In this respect alone, he was much more fortunate than the other victims in the town hall. As for those, the people who had been turned into flies, they had been rendered unable to communicate, let alone speak. However, many people felt as if that was a blessing. It was easy to imagine what thoughts the people who were turned into flies would utter while despairing about their transformation if one could communicate with them. Fred, hey, gorgeous tiger, I wonder when Dad will be back, Garfield. Fred, he'll be back, won't he? Again, Garfield stroked his brother's anxious head with his rough palm. It would be easy to utter words of encouragement devoid of any basis, but even if he did, they would lack any warmth. Upon considering what kind of scars those unhopeful words would leave on the boy, Garfield judged it to be something that he could not do lightly. If the boy were a person with whom he had little to no connection, would Garfield have encouraged him irresponsibly? Was their connection the reason as to why Garfield did not do that? He himself did not know. Fred, how long will you stay outside? Garfield. Yo. While he was talking to the boy, a blonde girl showed her face from inside the house. She was the boy's sister, and presumably Garfield's sister too. When the girl noticed Garfield, her expression brightened, and then immediately reverted to her previous awkward face. The change in expression would normally be described as cute, but now, catching a glimpse of her complicated emotions was just painful. Sister, well, you came all the way to our house again. Gorgeous Tiger sure has a lot of free time on his hands, doesn't he? Garfield. Ah, just rest in now, you know. Been wanting to see your faces. But if I ain't welcomed, I'll just leave immediately. Oi, Mimi, Garf, look at people in the face when you're talking to them. Garfield was reluctant to talk to his sister too, as he noticed her turning away weakly. As he announced his intention to not force it, he was pinched on the waist by Mimi, who was standing behind him. He reluctantly turned to the girl, and sure enough, his sister looked somewhat tearful. At least he now felt that he had not been rejected by his family. Garfield, supporting Mom and taking care of your little brother, pretty hard-working sister. Sister, yes, yes, so I don't mind having a little chat with you. One more person to talk to won't change anything. Mimi, there are two people, not one. Sister, two more people won't change that. As the young girl turned red and shouted at them, Mimi and Fred looked at Garfield with an expectant look on their faces. Garfield was not a bad enough person to be able to disregard their request. Rather, Garfield loved to respond to such looks in the first place, despite his current state of mind being one of being unwilling to talk, especially if it were about his younger siblings. Garfield, well, let me in for a moment. If I'm bothering your mom, I'll just go away. Fred, that sort of thing, sister. Mom wouldn't do that. The two siblings looked at each other and smiled confidently. And yes, in fact, they were right. I'm sorry. You came a long way, but I wasn't properly prepared for your visit. I just wish I had done a little better. Garfield, no problem. We're the ones who popped up all of a sudden in the first place. You don't have to look so anxious. You're not being a bother. It's very encouraging that you found the time to visit us. Garfield. HK. Garfield's throat froze as his secretive inner thoughts were unintentionally revealed. However, the one who had done it, Reela, possessed no ill intent, of course. Reela, she was a person who was truly free from malice. The more Garfield interacted with her, the more he felt that even though she had lost her memory, that part of her was still the exact same. Garfield. But even so, the house is strangely deserted. Mimi. That's how it feels. When we came here earlier, it was kind of messy, but now it feels like it's clean and tidy. Mimi, who was bouncing on the sofa, looked around the house unhappily while agreeing with Garfield. Once again, Garfield and Mimi had been invited into the family's living room, and Reela, serving tea at the table, giggled at their impressions of her home. Reela, Fufu, I'm surprised that you noticed. Maybe it's because it's the house I spend every day in, but it doesn't feel too different. Sister, no way. I have a very strange feeling about it too. Mom just doesn't care about it. Fred, One-chan, you're so annoying. Sister, what was that? The sister angrily chased after her younger brother after the piercing stab that escaped his lips. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them noisily running around the house. Then, turning his gaze to Reela, he silently asked her about the meaning of their last exchange. Reela, Garfield, ah no, what do you mean by that? What's going on? It was useless to ask his question with merely a gaze, so Garfield queried again, this time properly with words. In response, Reela clapped her hands, prefacing with an "Oh, Reela. Oh, it's nothing so big. Now is the time when everyone in the city needs to work together to support each other. We can give away some of our household goods to those in need, or donate some of our savings, and so on. That's all there is." Garfield. So, you're missing a lot of stuff. Reela, there was a lot of stuff in this house to begin with. It's not so much that we had tons of stuff, it's just that I'm not one to throw things away. Reela playfully stuck her tongue out at him, but it was not all that simple. Of course, there was the principle that people should help each other. The Thompson family, however, was a little different. After all, the family now went without one of its main pillars, the father. So rather, in this environment, if they decided to help others, they would soon become the ones in need. Reela, my husband, Geert will be back soon. I believe in that, so you don't have to worry about me like that. Garfield. But, Reela, I've been thinking about this for a long time. The more anxious you are, the more happiness will slip away. This is something from a long time ago, just over a decade. I don't remember anything from those days. Oh, did I scare you? Garfield. Might be a joke that always gets people, but this villain here's already heard it from your husband. Reela. Oh, I see. HMPH, that guy. It seemed that amnesia was an easy way to surprise others, so Reela looked a little disappointed with the fact that it had not worked this time around. He believed it to be a very optimistic use of amnesia, but had it been said back when he was unaware of her condition, it would have devastated Garfield. It felt like he was taking it a little bit better now, but it was because he had taken time to process his thoughts and had received a lot of help from many people. And most surprisingly, what struck him more than the subject of amnesia was the fact that his mother's thoughts, the very foundation of her being, had not changed despite having lost her memories. Because that was the origin of his mother's actions, that tomorrow may be better. Really, it was Geert who gave me these 10 or so wonderful years, at a time when I had nothing. He made me, an empty person, what I am today, and gave me the opportunity to have a lovely daughter and a lovely son. So what would I do if I didn't believe in Geert? Garfield. Really. So you don't have to be more concerned about it than you should be. I'm not trying to be tough or anything, but I believe in Geert. If Geert didn't mind, I would have been happy with him coming back in that form. Garfield, no, that guy. It's just that even if your husband said it's aight, the others stop him. Reela, really. I thought it was cool. Reela put faith in her husband, whose form had been morphed into that of a black dragon, while gazing towards tomorrow. However, as it was only a change in appearance, Geert still had the faculties to exchange words. Nevertheless, the couple had debated it, and their joint decision was for him to sleep in ice. Garfield was not as tactless as to try and listen in on that, nor had he witnessed the actual freezing. It was due to none other than Reela that Reela's heart had steeled itself. Garfield, you're strong, ain't you? Reela, yes, of course, because I'm a mother of 2 children. Reela smiled as she said it, throwing out her chest. The fact that she was not the mother of 2, but the mother of 4, only lent proof to the statement of her strength. It was a different kind than the fighting strength that Garfield was knowledgeable about. That which was present in Subaru and Otto was the same that was present in his amnestic mother. Surely, that part of Garfield, that untrained strength of his, laid right in front of him. Reela. Oh yes, I actually have a question for you too, gorgeous Tiger-san. When Garfield gave her a distant look, Reela suddenly clapped her hands. Listening to her unchanging tone and manner of speech, Garfield nodded casually, letting an ah escape through his lips. Garfield, say whatever you want. To be honest, though, the important part of the discussion doesn't really concern my amazing self. Don't think I'd have much to say, too. Reela, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you, gorgeous Tiger-san. Garfield, about my amazing self. Reela, yes, gorgeous Tiger-san. Why do you care so much about us? That's what I'm curious about. The sudden and unexpected blow hit him at a moment he had put his guard down. His fangs literally trembled, and the resolve that he was supposed to possess cracked. Garfield, Reela in front of him and Mimi beside him, were silently waiting for Garfield's response. As he watched them, Garfield's thoughts spun. When Mimi brought him here, he should have been prepared to a certain extent. However, now he was being reminded that, in the end, his resolve was vague. Did he wish to tell Reela about her lost memories? Did he wish to come forward and tell his 2 younger siblings that he was their brother at least? Or did he intend to leave quickly, only relaying them his concern for Geert? Now, even remembering was something he was incapable of doing. Garfield, the reason that my amazing self's coming to your home's that my amazing self's got a bit of a relationship with you guys, and I'm anxious, so I want to keep an eye on you. Y'all are missing something, yeah. Reela, well, it's pretty hard indeed. You're right, so I can't say anything about that. Mimi, oh, you're out of it. What's missing? Hair. You know, when it's fire season, Mimi also loses a lot of hair and stuff. But in the ice season, she gets a little fluffy, Mainkashiki. One. To the unclear wording, Reela and Mimi reacted in a typical way. Seeing this, a blatant sense of relief swept over Garfield's chest. Given the personalities of the two, they should not press him for any clarification. Garfield could now leave this place without expressing the indescribable emotion in his chest. He thought it was a matter that required time. Yes, time. This was the kind of thing that should be done calmly and with time to seek the right answer. That was exactly what he was going to do. He was going to ask Frederica. He was going to check with his sister. And then, Garfield. Ah, Reela, is everything all right? Gorgeous Tiger-san. Garfield, why? Reela, I don't know why, but you look like such a fragile little child. Garfield was shocked, thin white fingers in contact with his head. Reela had leaned over, stroking his head. The softness of her touch was terribly gentle, full of compassion, as if he were her own beloved child. Reela's memories, which were supposed to be lost, and Garfield's memories, which he had started to forget, overlapped. It must have been like this someday, being held and having his head patted in the arms of Reela, Rashia Tinsel. At this moment, the physical memory of that time had been revived, coming back to haunt Garfield's heart. And without having been given a moment to think about it, to endure it, his feelings broke down. Garfield. Mom. Reela. Garfield. Mom, HK. With her caressing fingertips still touching his hair, Garfield called out to Reela in front of him. His eyes were teary, his voice trembled, and Garfield looked so thin and frail that his petite body seemed to get smaller and smaller. No wonder. No matter how strong he was, no matter how hard he tried, everyone was a child in front of their mother. No matter how brash he could be, he was just a stubborn child. Garfield, my amazing self-s, my amazing self's mom, HK. He had so many things to say. He had as many things to say as there were stars. The many thoughts that he had given up on thinking, the ones that he had not been able to communicate, shone brilliantly in Garfield's mind, and he rejoiced at the opportunity that had presented itself to him. He wished to be held in his mother's arms, to be forgiven, and to cry out in peace. Garfield, right, Garfield. Teary-eyed and downcast, Garfield's voice was strangled. Next to him, Mimi suddenly spoke Garfield's name. Garfield did not know to whom it was addressed. But then he heard the sound of a gasp in front of him and the sensation of fingertips leaving his head. Garfield. Ah! Her fingers moved away, his mother's precious warmth was lost, and Garfield's throat rumbled weakly. But that sentiment was soon replaced by another one. Reela, Garfield, come here. In front of Garfield's raised face, Reela spread her arms and smiled. The gesture and the words froze over Garfield's thoughts. But even though his brain had stopped, his body, his soul, knew what to do. Garfield, I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry. Sobbing like a kid, just like a child, Garfield jumped towards Reela, towards Rashia, burying his head in her chest, and shouted. A gentle, soft palm stroked the weeping Garfield's head. Reela, okay, Garf, good boy, good boy. You've been working so hard all this time. Garfield. KH, that's right. My amazing self's been trying so hard. But I made so many mistakes, and still, everyone is HK. Unable to speak properly, Garfield continued his incoherent speech in Rashia's arms. What overflowed now were all 15 years that encompassed Garfield's life. He had lost his mother, been separated from his sister, resolved himself to not lose any more family members, and then had the next decade of his life shattered by Subaru and the others. In that period of time, how many times had he almost been crushed by the very things he was holding on to? How many times had he grieved? How many times had he trampled upon feelings in his desperation to regain the love he had lost, to not let it go? Back when he was much younger, he had taken advantage of his father and mother, clinging on to them while leaving the walls confining his heart intact, something which he should have overcome. Knowing that the walls were there, he got used to slipping through the side streets to avoid them, while taking notice of that high wall looming behind him. Garfield. Mom, HK. Reela. It's okay, Garf. Mom's here for you. Being comforted by her kind words and compassion, entrusting his heart to his mother's love, which he had asked for but had not been given. He remembered being loved by his family. Garfield knew that he was loved by his sister and his grandmother both. He also was aware that his mother loved him. However, Garfield, who had felt the love of his sister and his grandmother for the first time in his life, at this juncture, now felt his mother's love. Now that he was getting what he had sought, Garfield sobbed. He had not learned the answer to the feelings that welled up in his chest. Their name had yet to be made known to Garfield. But the very thing he felt right now, that which made his heart tremble, his fangs snap, and his soul quake, was the answer. He was sure everyone already knew the answer, but only now Garfield finally had it at his fingertips. This passionate feeling as it was the answer. Mimi. Oh, Tilda Garf, did you stop crying? Did you cry a lot? Garf such a crybaby, Tilda. As Garfield's fretful, sobbing rage settled down and Garfield frowned in embarrassment, Mimi opened the door, returning with his younger siblings. It seemed that she had left the sobbing Garfield alone with Rilla while he was in his mother's arms, which made Garfield feel even more uncomfortable. How much time had passed since he had left his seat? Fred, gorgeous tiger, are you all right? Sister, I can't believe that you cry out in public even though you're a man. You're just like Fred. Even though he had not been directly in sight, he had been crying out, loud enough to be heard throughout the house. Mimi had taken his younger siblings outside, but the effort would be in vain. Garfield, sorry bout. Mimi, what? No matter what, Mimi is wondering if Garf's happy. Also, she's wondering if there will be anything sweet for snacks. Garfield, oh yeah, damn it. As Mimi laughed with a gleeful, natural look on her face, he wondered just how much thought she had put into that action. Garfield pondered if it had been an instinctive actions from her after laying her eyes on him. If so, her instinct was not something to be scoffed at. Mimi, Tilda, what's up? Have you fallen in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield, ain't fallen in love. Mimi, is that Sue? It was hard to believe that he was actually thinking about it, but the fact was that Mimi had saved his life many times. Not only his heart, of course, had been saved, but his very life, too, had been saved by Mimi. And as a result, by complete chance, Mimi ended up not expiring. Garfield should have been the one to come out victorious from that battle, but the credit for that achievement went to Wilhelm. And so, he had nothing to do with Mimi's salvation. He was borrowing and borrowing, but he had yet to be able to do anything to pay his debt back. Mimi, so how was Garf? Reela, well, you'll have to check with him. I'm sure he's okay now. I think you're gorgeous Mimi-san's favorite, gorgeous tiger-san. Mimi, Wheel Tilda maybe. Garf, Mimi'll do it if Mimi has to. Garfield could not help being struck by that embarrassing conversation. To take his mind off things, he just stroked the heads of his younger brother, who was giving him a worried look, and his younger sister, who was glancing at him. Upon touching his brother and sister, he felt even more love for them than before. Perhaps it was because of the fact that they were siblings. He had not really felt or understood love as an emotion before, but now it had become a reality. Garfield. As soon as he realized that, another wave of anxiety arose. This time it was a straightforward concern, a very straightforward concern. It was whether he possessed the qualifications to be recognized as an elder brother by these two, his younger siblings, or not. Fred, gorgeous tiger. Sister, hey, why are you frozen? Hey, it's not like you have some weird disease or something, is it? Comparing the gazes of his siblings, Garfield's thought whirled. They probably didn't hate him. It was easy to understand the favoritism of the younger brother, and the younger sister was hard to understand, but despite that, she likely wasn't malicious. And besides, he had used his strength in battle in front of them as gorgeous tiger. To be honest, his display had been less than impressive at times, and he could not renege the feeling that he would have lost if not for the supporters, but he would put that aside for the moment. Mimi, Garfield, shut up. Come on, do something. Feeling like Mimi could be of assistance to him, Garfield bit his fangs and took the lead in restraining her. When Mimi pulled away from him, a grin plastered on her face due to his words, Garfield's brain began turning at high speed and blowing heat. Coming forward, that in itself was possible at this very juncture. Of course, possible here meant that it was an action that was feasibly achievable, and with emotional conditions involved, it would be a little different. He was not scared, not by any means, but everything required preparation. When tackling a strong opponent head-on, he would not be victorious if he challenged the enemy while he lacked the preparations to win. No matter what the situation, no matter how difficult the enemy, he needed to practice and train his body every day. And that was exactly what was required for him to win here. In other words, being prepared was still required of him for this challenge. And if he were to be sincere, he could not say with certainty that he was ready for that right now. If that were the case, he should just back off for now. Sister, wait, are you sure you're okay? Your eyes are flitting here and there and your face is turning red. Fred, gorgeous tiger. Garfield, I'm fine, of course. Gow. Mimi. Mimi's never heard Garf make a gow sound or anything like that before. Mimi teased him, but Garfield did not boast the energy to riposte verbally. And so, with his younger siblings worrying about him, Garfield's brain churned in circles with his confused thoughts. Reela, you can't do that, Garfield. You've been holding everything in, and that's what you're doing right now. Garfield, oh, Mom. Reela reminded him of this as she saw Garfield averting his eyes. With those words spilling out of his mouth, his younger siblings looked at him with a shocked expression. Fred, what? Why is Mom gorgeous tigers? Sister, no, no, no. This is mine and Fred's mom, not yours, Reela. It's okay. Both of you, it's okay. Reela spoke softly to his surprised brother and snappy sister. Perhaps vulnerable to their mother's words, the younger siblings reluctantly fell silent. Then, looking at Garfield, whose mind was not yet prepared, let alone his heart, Reela spoke. Yes, she spoke. Reela, I'm sure Garfield's been separated from his mother. And maybe I'm like his mother. I guess that's why he got lonely like that. Garfield. Ah. Sister, your mom and our mom look alike. Garfield, what's that shit? That's embarrassing. When Reela gave her explanation, each of her three children reacted differently. Garfield was taken aback, but Reela's confident demeanor did not show any signs of lying or deception. In other words, Mimi, Garf, haven't you said enough? Garfield figured that Mimi had summed it up pretty nicely. In spite of all his shameful, pathetic, and emotional crying and screaming, ultimately Reela was not aware of any part of the truth. Such a brave thing to do, wasn't it? Garfield, it's natural, it's natural. If she had no memory, that meant she had no idea. In such a state, there was no way she could realize the truth by simply listening to Garfield's incomprehensible string of words. Immediately after that, he lost his strength. From his fangs, from his body. Garfield, what the hell? What the hell? He wondered if the words that spilled out were words of relief or disappointment, probably a bit of both, only Garfield realized. He was disappointed in many ways. Whether it had resulted in anything was dubious, but he figured it was time to move on. With that decision made, Garfield and Mimi left the Thompson residence. Reela, sorry I couldn't do anything for you yet again. Mimi, it's Akare Tilda. Mimi's sorry, Garf cried a lot. Something like that. Garfield, shut up, don't bring it up again. As Mimi replied to Reela, seeing them off, Garfield grabbed Mimi by the scruff of her neck. Mimi's light body was lifted with a nya, and Garfield looked back at Reela and the siblings, who clung to their mother with a sigh. Garfield, you don't have to worry about me talking your mom. Fred, I think so too, but, sister, don't let your guard down, Fred. After all, you've got mom to look out for. Just because dad's gone for a while doesn't mean you can have mom being full of openings. Garfield, can't you see there's a lot of openings? On the contrary, Garfield titled his head toward his younger siblings, who were now on max alert. As a result of Reela's strange explanation, his younger siblings seemed to have mistakenly thought that Garfield had come to steal their mother. He did not mean to do that, but even if he did, if his mother actually remembered him, he would like her to give him a little retrospect. Upon pondering about it, he did not feel it was something he could reject outright. Sister, hey, let's get the bad guys out of here. Reela, please come back any time. Whenever you want to cry, I will lend you my chest. Garfield, don't want you to see me in such a pathetic way. Reela, only for me then, just like your mother. Garfield, Tusk. At a loss for words, Garfield decided to walk away. With Mimi hanging, Garfield turned his back to the three of them, to the family that he had not been able to call a family so far. Seeing Garfield turn to walk away, Reela clapped her hands. Then, with the children clinging to herself, she pushed the children's backs, moving them forward. Reela, come on you two, say a proper goodbye. Fred, gorgeous tiger, see you later. Sister. His younger brother obeyed his mother's words, but his younger sister remained silent. Can't be helped, Garfield thought. However, Reela's thoughts were not the same. Reela, we have to see our guests off, right? Sister, HMPH. When Reela, who was surprisingly stubborn, spoke, his sister still did not nod. Reela looked a little troubled by her daughter's obstinate attitude. Sister, no, you don't have to worry about that. Reela, that's not going to happen. Come on, sister. Already, Raphael. With a frustrated look on her face, Reela finally called out her daughter's name. The moment he heard the name, the sound of that name, Garfield twitched as if struck by a bolt of lightning and was rendered unable to move. Garfield, Reela, yes, Raphael. Come to think of it, have I never introduced you? This is the name of this child. My two children are Raphael Thompson and Fred Thompson. Raphael and Fred. He had heard his brother's name a few times before in the past. He had not paid much attention to it, probably because Garfield did not care much. Or rather, was it because he was afraid of noticing it? Raphael and Garfield, Fred and Frederica, Reela's two children and Rashia's two children. They sounded somewhat similar for whatever reason. Raphael, you think it's a strange name because it doesn't sound like a girl's. I'm aware of that too. Misunderstanding the reason for his silence, his sister, Raphael, spoke with a pouting face. In response, Garfield, who had been overwhelmed for a while, shook his head and prefaced his answer with a no. Garfield, my amazing self thinks it's a good name. Raphael, even if you're flattering me like that, Garfield. Serious, totally serious, yeah, think it's a good name. Raphael, that's right. When Garfield spoke from his heart, Raphael felt a little overwhelmed. And then Reela interrupted, beaming Reela. I named them both. For some reason, I wanted to use this name, so yeah. Garfield, both of them. You, Reela, yes, they're nice names, aren't they? I've always wanted to give my beloved children these names. Garfield. It was the best proof of love that he could ever have. A mother who had lost her memory, who remembered nothing of her past, but who had never lost her kindness and generosity, who had bestowed her love for her child that should have been there on her newborn children. Garfield. Garfield could have been angry about this. He could have hated it, he could have yelled at it with all his heart, he could have sank his fangs into it unreasonably. But such a thought never crossed his mind. With this, Garfield was thoroughly overwhelmed. By the love of his own mother, Rashia Tinsel, by the love of Reela Thompson, the mother of his brother and sister. So that was enough. Garfield, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he laughed. The sense of weakness that had lingered in his heart until just a moment ago disappeared. The shame he felt for not being able to say what he needed to say, for not being able to convey what he needed to convey, for not being able to say it fully, for ending it halfway, disappeared. That was all he needed for now, because he could feel that they were all connected. Garfield, so long, Raphael, Fred, see you again. Fred, yeah, gorgeous tiger. Raphael, try not to cry this time. Garfield ruffled his younger siblings' heads. This time his palm was filled with a different kind of love. He did not think it was half-hearted. Finally, Garfield raised his hand to Reela, to his mother. Garfield, thanks, Mom. Gonna come to bother you again. He'd be there a few times while he remained in the city. And once that was done and dusted, he'd come back after returning to the Roswell residence. Once that was done, he was sure he would bring his sister and grandmother along. Once that was done, they could talk about the past decade. Unlike before, he remained quiet about it because this time he felt positive. Family talk was for family members, that was what he believed in. Garfield, until then, take care, Garfield shouted emphatically and raised his hand. Fred, Mom, I'm glad gorgeous tiger's feeling better. Reela, yeah, you're right, I'm really glad. Raphael, Mom, don't you look kind of lonely? Do you really not want him to leave that badly? Reela, I'm not sure. It's not that I don't want him to leave. It's not that I don't want to leave him, it's just that I'm sad to see him go. Fred, when do you think Dad'll be back home? Reela, I don't know, but I know he'll be back. Raphael, Mom, why are you crying? Reela, maybe it's because I found something I forgot. Reela, I'm sorry, but thank you. I love you, Garf. Grabbing Mimi by one hand, they entered a small rest room in the treatment center. Amidst the numerous beds, Otto's bunk was placed at the far end of the room near the window. While walking towards that place. Oops. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, Tina, wait for me. Tina, I'm not going to let you catch me just because you said that. Come on, Luspel. Two noisy children, a boy and a girl, ran through the hospital room. The girl was dressed in hospital clothes, and the boy was apparently visiting her. The girl looked full of energy, and given her condition, she soon would be able to leave the hospital. Normally, Garfield would have warned them not to make noise in the hospital room, but sometimes a child's frolicking voice can be a lifesaver. That is why no one pays attention to those two when they are like that. Garfield. Well, ain't you saying? Something carefree, Atabro. Garfield saw the children off and headed to the back, where he was greeted by Otto. Upon seeing Garfield with Mimi, Otto, who still had the same painfully bandaged leg, raised an eyebrow, synchronized with an O. Otto, you look a little sunny somehow. Did something good happen to you? Garfield, It's difficult to know if it's a good thing or not. He could not shake his head in agreement to Otto's question with honesty. It had been a series of complex, complicated, and convoluted attacks on his values. However, he was sure that every word and every encounter had turned out to be positive in the end. Otto, but you must have been happy about it. Garfield. Mimi. Garf, you're looking better. Something happy and something like that happened. Happy. That's all right, Mimi thought to herself. She did. Mimi laughed childishly, her face brimming as she dangled. The volume of her voice drew the attention of the entire hospital room, but they soon dismissed their gaze. The reason was the same as the one for the commotion of the boy and girl from earlier. There was no way they could interrupt the emotions of someone who was smiling happily and sincerely from the bottom of their heart. Garfield, I dunno, man. Mimi, oh, Tilda, Garf smiled too. Have you fallen in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield, ain't fallen in love. Mimi, is that Sue? Garfield, ain't fallen in love, but... The exchange had repeated several times. But finally, Garfield appended a few words to his statement. Mimi rounded her eyes, and Otto witnessed the conversation. To his mother, his sister, his brother, and to Subaru, who was not here. Garfield. Thanks. He felt like he had moved on, just a little bit. Garfield displayed his fangs and smiled at that. Translation notes. 1. Mainkashiki. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, as said by Mimi. But usually, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, roughly translates to knowledge beans. It's a metaphor for small bits of trivia.